Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble minds. Unscramble minds.
Peace and love, everyone. Happy Friday. It's Dulcinea.
Happy Friday, y'all. How y'all doing? It's Dots.
Big Mama. Unmute yourself.
Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Peace, Carrie Bay. Peace, Akina. Peace, Saray. Peace and love.
Well,
Just go ahead, Nisha.
I'm gonna go ahead.
You know, Big Mama gonna come in busting through the door.
I'm telling you. Well, welcome all. I'm Nisha, and I hope y'all enjoy yourself and enjoy this conversation.
Go ahead, Dulcie, because you're going to have to start this one up, Gail.
You didn't even introduce yourself, girl.
Did I say I did?
No. That's what we were waiting for.
I said, well,
You were muted.
I can't talk. I said, but this Big Mama in here. Big Mama here, girl. Sister Freedom here. Ain't went nowhere. It's Friday. Are we going to do an all-nighter?
I always say in the beginning, no, we're not gonna do it, and then we're there all night. So I don't know. I don't think so, but you know, it always changes by the time people start coming up. You know, because they're always afraid.
Yes,
First 30 minutes to an hour, they're always like just banging in the chat. Then finally, someone's brave enough to come up, and then they all just come in like roaches.
Oh, they ready too. The chat is ready, girl. They ready. They already putting stuff in the chat. I can't say it.
Okay. Carrie Bay says you can be feminine and a boss at the same time.
It's Retty Musa.
Hell yeah, boss chick can be wifey.
Okay.
Let's do it. No works tomorrow. Okay, Sakina, turn up.
Yeah,
Okay, so we'll go around the panel, and I'll say I agree that boss chick can be wifey material. Just because she's a boss chick, it does not make her too masculine. What do you say, Dots?
Absolutely. Come on, it's 2024, right? Like it's 2024, and I think that if 2024 has taught your girl nothing, okay, it has taught me that we got to keep up with the times, right? And the only constant is change, right? So, you know, I think part of this sort of like progressing forward, you know, and evolving is also understanding that labels change, how we identify change, gender norms have changed, gender roles have changed. You know what I'm saying? So, absolutely, 1000%.
You already know. I would, you know, because I definitely think. I'm sorry. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know why my phone always got to make a whole bunch of talking and carrying on. But anyway, I definitely feel like a boss chick can definitely be wifey material. It just depends on these men. Sometimes they always want to be Captain Saver. You don't know what the next word is. And they like needy women, but this is 2024, like Dot said. And yeah, unless you want to pay bills by yourself. Go ahead, Niche.
Of course, a boss chick can be wifey material. She can be completely a boss in this world, out here in these streets, and come home and be what she needs to be to her man. It's a balance. So of course, I think so. And I'm David M said you could only serve one God. What does that mean? When we drop the link, I need you to come and explain that we can only serve one God. So you mean to tell me that our career or however we getting this money is a God? That's how you think we look at it? I'm gonna need for you to do some explaining, Lucy.
Yeah, and before we just get practical and just talk logically about what this economy is saying, I want to just ask a question to be devil's advocate and do a red pill Kevin Samuels question. Okay, so you're the boss, you make majority of the money. He ain't a bum, he has a job, but he's just middle class man, like the average man, and you're paying majority of the bills. Is there ever going to come a point where when you get into the argument with him, you're going to throw that in his face? Thoughts?
So will I throw in his face when I'm angry that he a broke ass nigga? That part?
Well, that you paying the
Is
bills.
that the remix? Is that what you really trying to ask me, though?
Right, exactly. This is what they say in Red Pill. This is why they
Read
say
it.
you should be a boss chick, because they're always going to throw it back into your face at some point.
No, but on a real serious note, I think, you know what? Let's be real. We are all petty when we mad at our man. Like, let's be real honest, okay? We all get petty. Now, for me, you know, I was always taught don't be around a man you can't respect. So I feel like there's certain things that you say to a man that's very emasculating, right? And how the men that I have dealt with it do it or set up, I don't think certain. I just my respect level, like their masculinity wouldn't even have me disrespect them in that way for me to throw in a face like that's why you broke. You know what I mean? Like I have to really be on a level of I'm trying to chop the nuts off type situation, you know, for me to get gutter, and then I don't need to be around you, right? Because my mouth could go there. So but listen, girl, listen, y'all, I ain't saying I ain't never did that. Okay, I would be lying. All right, but I have, in 2024. No, I wouldn't say that.
Right, facts. Be real about it. I respect that. Okay, Sister Freedom, you get a call from nephew Tommy. They're doing a prank. Your husband pranking. He's saying that he's messing with the girl for the daycare, and you paying all the bills. What you saying, Sister Freedom?
That's my favorite one too. The one you talking about from nephew Tommy. That's when she said, "Darlene, I know that bitch." You remember? Do you remember it, Dolphy?
Yes.
I think
yes,
I said
it was so funny.
She said, Denise.
She said his ass needs to be looking for a job.
The whole time. But wait a minute. Let me say this about some men, right? I've had situations because, yes, I'm a boss, bitch. Mama take care of herself. Okay? They, even if you don't say anything to them, they remind you that it's your stuff. I mean, I've had people like, I said, well, could you please not do this? This is just because it irritates me. They'll say, oh, yeah, because it's your house, I can't leave the clothes on the floor. No, nigga, you can't leave clothes on the floor and the hamper's right there. It ain't got nothing to do with some men remind you that it's your car. Remind you that you just went to the supermarket and bought the food. They remind you. You done cooked up a good meal and they'll say stupid stuff like, Yeah, I guess because I guess because you the one that went grocery shopping. And you be like, what? I never even said anything because you trying to be a team player. You trying to work together with him. He keep reminding you that it's your stuff. And you making all kinds of excuses. If the highest powers want to take this from me, they can take it from me. You know what I'm saying? We doing this together and they still reminding you that it's your stuff because they insecure about their own self. No, I wouldn't throw it up in their face. They too busy trying to throw it in mine. So, that's what I'll be dealing with. I've dealt with that.
No, I could never do that. I could never throw anything back up in his face, even in an argument, because I'm still conscious in an argument. So, and if that come out, that already shows that I don't respect him 100% as a man. So nah, that could never come out. And if it did, then that's how I felt. And then that wouldn't even be real because I can't deal with anybody that I don't respect.
Well, let me ask that question. What do you do? And that goes around to the panel. What do you do when a man keeps on reminding you that it is yours? And it starts to get on your nerves. And you ain't said nothing about it being yours, but he keep reminding you that it's yours. Then what you going to do about that?
No, I ain't never had those issues.
I'm not saying
that would definitely be difficult to deal with, him, because it's coming out of his insecurity or feeling like he should have more than he has. But what I would try to do is work with him as best I can. And then I would think you would need some kind of mediation, some kind of therapy to be like, okay, stop throwing this in my face. Like, we doing good. But I have another question based on that too. But what do you say, Dots?
I don't even know how to answer that. Like, I don't know. I would say, I mean, if it's a fact, it's a whole fact, right? A Snapple fact is a Snapple fact. A certified fact is a certified fact. Okay. So, like, if
so you saying, why are you mentioning what we already know? Okay.
Right. Like, what we doing? Like, you okay? Like, are you okay, sir? Like, yes, I know it's mine, sir.
Baby. Oh God. Sakina said, give her an example. Okay. I just did it, but you might didn't hear me when I said the brother come home, take off his work clothes, and the hamper is right there. Just 3 feet from the hamper. And you say, can you not throw the hamper's right there? Can you not put your clothes on the floor? I'm trying to keep, that's your hamper and that's mine because I'm a very separative person. So that's your hamper and that's my hamper. Can you put your stuff? I made sure because I'm a very organized person where I have my own stuff and you got your own. That's just how I am. I've always been like that, even with my kids. And you say, could you please put your clothes in the hamper? Oh my God. Yeah, I guess it's your house. So I guess you couldn't have picked them clothes up. It's your house. So, I'm going to put the clothes in the hamper because you told me to put the clothes in the hamper. And you be like, oh, huh? All that because I asked you to put your clothes in your hamper. It's like got your name on it. It's your hamper. Why do they got the floor is not what a hamper is? I mean, it's in every little thing it's yours. If you go to the bathroom, you use the bathroom because you shut the bathroom door because all that out here, and it's incense. Oh yeah, it's your bathroom. So let me just, oh my God, I'm not used to this. It's your bathroom.
No.
Yeah, he's petty. I'm with Dots at that point. Like, why you keep mentioning things that we know?
No, that's not even that. Right. That and wait, hold up. But wait, the gag is my thing would be to myself, like, girl, what are you doing? Like, what kind of man? No, like that's what we dating. Like, that's a better question.
Well,
like,
put it on me, Dots. You don't know that the people gonna act like that.
No.
Well, once they do, they can be put out. It's your house already. So it's like, you better call Tyrone.
Better call Tyrone.
Did you get picked up? Do
Oh, heck
you
no.
need I'll let you use my phone. I know she said you can't, but you can go in there. I'll get a house phone just for you. So you can make calls out. But no, I had a question of this.
Okay.
So because she was like, if you pay the majority or you can pay halves, but sometimes paying less is a problem. So I have a question on, so you're a boss chick, you have a certain lifestyle, and your man can't pay majority to half of your lifestyle. Would you lower your lifestyle to be with him? Or would you understand then now you have to pay the majority because you have a certain lifestyle and he can only afford but so much?
So you're asking, like, do you date a person? So in essence, like, would you
Like, would
date?
you still date a guy that can't pay half, even knowing, but because you make enough money that you
Mhm,
can afford majority of the bills and still live lavishly? Or would you
mhm.
go down and to be like, okay, let's get a house and car and everything that he can afford so he can pay half or majority?
Oh, yeah, no, that see that goes back to the no, I don't. First of all, I see that more as a value question, honestly, right? Because I feel like if I am at a okay, so if I am at a certain point in my life where, you know, I enjoy certain things, for example, and I meet a man who piqued my interest clearly, right? Who I'm saying is my man. Let's start there. Okay. Like I'm spending time with you. You special. And I wouldn't necessarily say that I would have to devalue my lifestyle per se just to make sure or ensure that he's paying 50%. Absolutely not. It's more about like the quality of life, I would think. It's more about the quality of time, I would think. And I also um just knowing myself, right? That there's a lot of things about him, right? That has gotten my attention and that has kept my attention, right? So he's worth the relationship. I feel like the quality of the relationship is worth more than necessarily whether or not you can match your 50%, right? Because maybe you can't match the 50% in terms of dollars and cents, but obviously, you're picking up in other areas. That has
Mm,
to come with something. And
Mm.
not only that, I'm a big believer in baby, let me upgrade you. Y'all know that B-Say song, right?
Okay.
yes.
And I feel that
Okay.
way on both ends, right? Like I think that's fly. Let me upgrade you, because especially if we're dating and we're getting to know each other or we're in a relationship or what have you, I am certainly not no, I am not lessening my lifestyle. Absolutely not. And I wouldn't want him to do that either. You know what I'm saying? But I don't see a problem with that. Absolutely not. Mm-mm.
I'm with what Doc said until you meet a man like, and he don't, and no matter what, no matter how much advice you give him to upgrade you, because he's a man, he just won't listen. So I mean, sometimes you run into them too. But I'm with Dots when she say if you making it up for it in other areas, because I mean, you might meet a man that don't make as much money as you do. Excuse me, and can't buy you them red bottom shoes or whatever it is that you want. The leathers that match the boots, the whole nine. Because I know Sakina Mussolini know what I'm talking about. But I'm just saying, you might not, but he makes up in other ways. The way he holds you, the way he be like, "Come here, girl." I mean, I'm just saying, there's something about him, the way he kiss you, the way he touch you, the way he spends time with you, and it just makes up for it. And it just at that point, that he just works doesn't matter. That I'm just saying, I can understand it, but I'm going to let you know that eventually it's going to start getting on your nerves. That you paying most of the bills. It's going to start like you're going to be like, okay. I mean, I don't know, but
But see,
I
look,
guess
can I just say something too real
I'm
quick?
trying to figure out how to put this, like because you know, nah, no, I would rather have a man that treats me like a queen. I don't care that much about if he don't make that much money like that. I mean, I want him to make money, but I like going places and doing things. and I like my man to come home sometime with certain things, I would like him to do that. But I don't want to pay most of the bills just so he can do that. I'm gonna keep that 100 too. So I don't know.
You know what I was thinking too? Sorry, Niche. Because there's levels to all of this, right?
It
Because
is.
when I think of, so in my mind, if I'm thinking of like, all right, you're the breadwinner per se, but we're talking again value, right? So like I'm thinking, all right, fine. If I'm making 200K, he's making 100K.
Okay.
We could do something with that. That's
We
what
can.
I'm saying. Like I'm not thinking of somebody who's like, oh, you're only bringing in, but whatever you're bringing in. But you get what I mean? It's levels. That's how I'm thinking
I
of it.
just want y'all to know Sakina was
My
naming
100K and my 200K can do some things. We can do some
she in
things.
the chat snapping. I am bagging up at her. She is crazy. She said, I'm agreeing with you. Don't move in with a woman. I agree. Because it's just like, I would rather the man say, you know what, baby, I just couldn't pay the mortgage and I do the gas and electric bill or something. Like, come on now.
All right, go ahead. Let Nisha answer.
Go
Do
ahead,
you
Nick.
remember the question, Nisha?
No.
You know what?
So it was the basic. If you have a quality of life that you can afford, or you have upwards, and your man can't afford half or majority of it, would you seek a new man, or would you go ahead and accept that and just take majority of the bills over it? Or would you seek to live on his level so he can pay half or majority of the bills?
No, we're not doing that. Um,
I almost dropped my stuff.
no, we're not doing that. And I'm not gonna leave him because if I chose him, there's something about him that makes me want to be with him. So
Mhm.
I totally agree with Dots. And if I'm a boss, which I think I am,
Okay. Better say it.
then he's coming into something that's gonna he already gonna be doing more just being around me. If he wasn't on that level with the last one, by being around me is gonna change his mental. So we gonna get there. We gonna be there. But now I'm not gonna not he gonna be all right. We gonna be all right. I'm
I don't
not.
like a man to tell me no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Y'all can go ahead. I
Okay,
thought
I would. But we're gonna go and get into and see what everybody's feels like a boss chick is. But let's go ahead and answer Carrie Bay's question. He said, "Does a good stroke game make it all worth it? Is that possible that
Mhm.
someone could just have a good stroke game and get all the benefits of a boss chick?"
No.
I think you might want to think about that question.
Nah, I ain't gotta think about that at all. Let me answer, I can answer it first and then it start back around. Nah, just because after a while, I mean, there's plenty good D out here. It is. It's not hard to find. It's in abundance out here, for real. It really
It
is.
is.
So, that's not gonna sustain me. Now it's good to play around for a little while and all of that, but
Mhm.
that's not going to sustain a relationship. First of all, I like my mental pleasure more than anything. The D is just a perk for me.
Okay.
So nah, that's not nah. It did nah.
I feel that exactly
I
like
feel
that.
that
And the
too.
mental, and I think it's all connected. So
It's all
the
connected.
mental has to be there for it to be physically good. But I'll say this, like if it's just his stroke game and that's it, I'll take his ass to Red Lobster, since we doing Beyonce lyrics. But that's
Right, right.
that's where it lies. Are you hungry? You want to go eat something? I probably won't even cook for you because you haven't unlocked cooking for you. I ain't saying marriage unlocks cooking for you, but you gotta offer more than just good sex. But I definitely take you out, Cheesecake Factory, the movies.
Wait a minute, the Cheesecake Factory is kind of expensive. I don't know if he's going to get that. I'm just saying, if it's all
I'm
that,
saying you could get a cheesecake. I'm taking it for dessert, dessert now and later.
I'm just gonna go ahead and cook. But I mean, let me read that again, Carrie. Let me try to read that again. Stroke game makes it all worth it. Is that possible? It's like he walking up to the girl and say, I don't got no money, but I got a good show game. And the girl standing there looking at you like, what?
You know what, Carrie? You know what that's called? You know what that's called though? Like for real? Because of course it's possible, right? And that's why I was kind of quiet because I was like, ooh, I think I know a few people a woman who have done that, right? They like just F it. You know what I mean? Like whatever. It's good enough. Wait, hold on. You know what that's called? That's called tricking. Let's be clear. That's called the trick. Okay. Let's just be that's what that piece is called. All right. If that is all that's if you're willing to deal with the whole kit and caboodle just for some D, that's called tricking. That's on my check.
That's so sick.
You know what I mean? I pay for you and then you give me the D. That's called tricking.
Okay.
Hello, somebody. Are we in church? Okay. All right. I have a question. Can I ask y'all a question?
But wait a minute, though. I mean, are you saying that after we leave the $40 on the table or $20 or something?
That's real. I'll put a gram there. $20 in a gram.
Can you imagine waking up saying she left and then he look over and $20 is there and you say in a note that say thank you.
I had fun.
That's real, for real.
But only $20. He gonna be like, but damn, she must have the money.
That has to be
it ain't tricking if you got it. I got 20 for you.
I mean, you ain't got no money. You ain't got no money, so why should I leave you a couple $100 or something? You ain't got no money, so I'm gonna leave you a couple $100. I don't think so.
I was gonna say something, but I'm gonna hold it. Y'all hear this? Listen, hey y'all, happy Friday.
It's on and popping.
Happy Friday, y'all.
Y'all, we gotta stop. Brother Laws in the chat.
No, God can't.
Go ahead and start prayer. Start prayer, Sister Freedom.
Just talking smack.
Our heads.
We're
not saying nothing.
It's Friday. It's a fun night.
Sankofa said, "I'm for the 40."
I mean, y'all gotta know I'm very, very a cartoonish.
Freedom.
Yes.
Hold up. I don't think the youngins heard you. Now, listen. Big Mama also gave y'all some real free game, youngins. Y'all listen. You want to talk about how to emasculate a man? You want to talk about how to be petty? You know what you do? You leave 25 on the table the next morning. Let him piss you all the way. Leave him 25 on the table. Matter of fact, leave him a 2-for-1 gift card, okay, for him and his next one. That is how you chop them without the knees, okay?
Oh my God.
Hold on. He said number 40 at a 0. What do you think you out here gonna get a girl?
Oh my God, you know what Sankofa that said that.
For what? For
but
what? What are you? What basis?
Now a broke nigga want to get $400.
All the bases and everything.
Oh my God! Wait a minute. If he called me the next day and say, "Robin, why you only leave me? What was the $20 thing? What was that all about?"
He wants a whole PS5. You better go and get with the older lady.
I was just leaving 20. I didn't mean no harm. Because I don't know why I'm supposed to leave a broke nigga $400. Are you serious? I can't see it. You already ain't got no money, so what's the difference? Oh, y'all, I'm just being funny. That's crazy.
David said, just tell him you've been faking your orgasms. Wow.
You almost made me choke. Oh my God, I almost choked on my tea.
Is that something any of you would ever do?
That would really mess somebody's head up if you said that.
Would you ever honestly? That's a good question. You know what? That's a good one, David. Would Dulcie, Freedom, and Niche, is that something that you would ever, share with your man? Would you ever be that honest?
That what? About what?
That you faked it.
That is just
no, but I mean, like, do you have to be? Honestly, I mean, let's be for real. Let's be for real, for real. I mean, sometimes I
Well,
guess
wait
you
a
could be
minute.
like
The question is,
you were more in
whoever
tune this
did that.
time than that time, but like, I think they can tell. That's just me.
You say you think they can tell.
Yeah, I mean, unless if they can't tell if they've never made you orgasm, then of course they can't tell. But if they made you orgasm before and then they not, they can tell.
Yeah, but okay, so you saying your orgasm is the same both ways?
I
I
mean,
don't
no,
know.
I mean, there's different
I'm
types
just
of
saying, I think
orgasms, but
they
I'm
can
just
tell.
saying on the
I don't think
basis
they
of
can
knowing
tell.
that
I
you,
don't think they
I
can tell.
mean, what you're gonna do the little leg shake or whatever. What about what? Oh, let me not get into it. It ain't Saturday night. I was gonna get all into it, but never mind. I
Girl,
think there's stuff that you can fake. There's leg shaking and stuff that you can fake, but there's biological things that is happening that you can't fake. And if that has happened before, he's gonna know like it ain't happening this time. What you did before, I don't know. I
I
just
don't
think
understand how men do that. They remember every little detail about you. Like, excuse me, like
Okay,
everything.
So you not getting 400.
would you be all right? So Nisha, Dulcie is saying no. They should be able. He should be able to tell whether or not
I don't know if he can tell all like that.
Freedom is saying, yeah. I don't. What are you talking about? I don't know about that. What you think, Nish?
No,
Would you ever be honest and share that with him?
I probably wouldn't tell him though, unless he made me mad because I got a smart mouth.
Yeah.
I might lie and say I was faking it, even if I wasn't faking it, because I got a smart mouth.
Nah, see, I can't. I guess I'm too straight up. I can't even pretend like that. I can't even pretend to fake an orgasm. I
I don't even want to fake it.
I can't pretend to do it. So if he didn't make me do it, then hell yeah, I'm gonna tell him, because if I don't, then he gonna think that what he did was all that, and he's gonna continue doing that. So no, I'm gonna tell you so you could get it right. Ooh, we not playing.
Now, see, y'all, that's one topic Nisha care about. She ain't just say, I don't give a fuck. She just gave y'all a whole rundown. So that is one thing, yes, me, that Nisha care about. So I don't want to hear y'all ever say that my little sister don't care about nothing. She care about things, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. We just don't talk about a lot of the shit that I care
What you
about.
care about? You better
I
let them
think.
know. You better let them know. Okay. All right. So I have a question for y'all. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Cousins in the chat, y'all ready? And don't think that this is like a real straight up scenario. Okay, here it goes. It's more, okay, long question, but bear with me. All right. My husband of 11 years became violently ill, and his face and feet broke out in hives. After waiting overnight with him in the ER, he was diagnosed with hand, foot, and mouth disease, a highly contagious virus that usually strikes toddlers. But our kids are grown. The doctor asked him if he had any contact with children recently. And my husband said, quote unquote, I must have got it when I dropped my son off for daycare. Y'all, by the way, that's my man voice. Okay, here we go. And that's how I found out my husband has a love child with my friend's 19-year-old daughter. Y'all heard that? Rewind. All right. The doctor asked him if he had any contact with children recently. And my husband said, I must have got it when I dropped my son off at daycare. And that is how I found out my husband has a love child with my friend's 19-year-old daughter. My friend had no idea that her daughter was sleeping with my husband. My husband used to visit the 19-year-old on her college campus, and she dropped out to have the baby. The girl's father pistol whipped my husband and tried to, I guess, shoot him. Excuse me, put the gun jam, blah, blah, whatever. I hate him and want nothing but the worst for him. But I can't divorce right now. I am hurting and I'm ashamed and I want revenge. Any advice? Should I stay or go?
Y'all don't want me to answer that, do y'all?
Yes, answer it because it sounded like a lot.
It was a lot.
Okay, you already know you know what? I think I'm going to stay. You know why I'm going to stay? Because I'm going to torture him I'm gonna torture her. I'm just gonna torture everybody. I don't know. Maybe I'll leave. I'm not sure with that one. First, I gotta get my torture in, and then I'm leaving.
Well, so my husband had an affair with my best friend daughter, and um, and would I stay or would I go? Um, First of all, I'm leaving, and the reason why is because I don't give a damn if I don't have two nickels to rub together. I'm still leaving. I'm gonna make it work. That's just what it is. But if he know me, then he know that he shouldn't have lied. He shouldn't have lied about cheating because we could have all been together as a happy family. So he messed it up. So yeah, no, I'm gonna leave because of the lie, not necessarily the act. It'd be the lie for me.
Yeah, it'd be about the whole package for me. I mean, like, I want you to be honest first off, but then it's who matters. I know people be like, cheating is cheating, but for me, the cheating circumstance matters. And I think this will bring us into a good conversation next that I wanted to bring up. But what do you say, Dots?
Yeah, it was a lot, right, y'all? And you know what's crazy? When even I heard it, but I'm like, a lot of people do go through this crazy stuff. So for me, it's like, okay, so wait, I don't know if I should be more mad that I'm with you in the ER with mad cow disease. Okay, you done contracted some hand, foot, and mouth disease, right? That usually a toddler get because of the virus, right? So, and the way I found out is because you then tell the doctor, oh, yeah, I dropped my son off at daycare. So maybe that's how I contracted this hand, foot, and mouth disease, right? So I don't know if I should be more angry at that or more angry at the fact that it's a friend and then her daughter, right? Like, so it's like so many levels. But yeah, no, I would be out too. It wouldn't even be a second. Absolutely not. It absolutely not. Mm-mm. No, ma'am.
Would you not speak to your girlfriend no more? I don't think I would want to be her friend no more, neither. And the reason why is because her daughter has a baby with my man, and you know your daughter had a baby, but you didn't know who the daughter had the baby by. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? She didn't know that her daughter had the baby by my man.
The girl, so she found out, right? So a friend of hers daughter is the one that had the baby by her husband of 11 years.
Right. So right, but the friend didn't know that the daughter had the baby by my husband.
Well, it didn't say, that's not what the question said. She ain't put that much information in the question. It was I
Right.
don't know the
If
details
I
yet.
can
Yeah,
see,
I would say it depends and stuff. I think they could have kept it a complete secret where she does not know, but I would need to know that factor as well to
I
be
think that she knew it. I think that the friend even knew it.
Peace, OTK.
I think the friend even, I don't know. That's a weird one right there. But I would do
Okay,
something.
but when we're bringing up cheating, I wanted to bring up, and we talking about Bosch chicks, so I wanted to bring up this scandal that all the women, especially in our community, just did not want to believe it to be true. We wanted to say it isn't so. There was two good men left, and we thought, like we're on the verge of it just being one, and then to have the one be cheated on. So we're talking about no other than Papoose and
Oh,
Remy Ma,
how could she do
and
it?
she cheated. And I had to get Sister Freedom up to date on who she cheated with. Y'all seen the battle rapper, right, Dots?
Where he sweats.
Ah, that face, baby.
That face.
That
Well,
face.
even his outfit gives uh it
How
just
could
gives.
she have cheated
But
on Papoose though? You know what I find out though? When a man is real good to a woman like how he was, she was, you know what? She was uncontrollable. She was just simply uncontrollable. Like she just, maybe she put on an act when she was around people, but I think behind closed doors, she was just uncontrollable.
So
Because
Remy Ma has a new battle rap league, and she cheated on her husband Papoose with one of the rappers.
Oh my
So do
God.
you think that this is
I was
due
messed
to
up.
boss chick behavior and feeling like
She was
she can
my
take
girl.
over anything, or what do you think led this to happen? Dots first.
I was looking while y'all were just talking. I was looking up.
I know it's unbelievable. It's so
Listen, I
unbelievable.
wanted to. No, I was being messy. I was looking up a picture of him so that we can all have a visual of the man. Okay, that she chose to have it to I guess have an affair with. I guess, right, if that's what we want to call it. But I honestly, all right. So when I look, I don't know
Wait a
the
minute, what happened?
No, Sakina, what? Oh, we gonna have to talk about
Yeah,
that.
that's what I'm saying, Sakina. What you talking about? Because he waited for her while she was in jail and everything.
Ride out
Wait,
Well, that's called a simp. Well,
man.
that helped her case.
That's what I was getting to too. I was like, I don't know, but see, I don't. Here's the thing. Okay, so from the optics, yes, right. You're like, oh, he held you down for so long, and X, Y, and Z, and that he did. Absolutely, I don't think anybody could deny that, right? But there is something to when a woman. There is something there, clearly, right? Especially within that dynamic where maybe he bored her. We don't know. Some people may say he's simpish. I don't see that as simpish, right? I don't. I don't. And that's not to say that he hasn't cheated because we don't know. We don't know what goes on behind the scenes. We don't. So we don't know who stepped out first. I mean, shoot, let the streets tell it. They know swappers in these streets. So we don't know the
No, no, but
dynamic.
I think that Remy Ma would have said that. And I haven't heard her say that yet.
But why was she? That's still she doesn't really talk about her. She doesn't really expose her private life like that unless it's for check.
Wait a minute. She said, Sakina Muslima said he a sip because she outright disrespects him live on screen and he looks like a puppy. But see, that's what I'm saying. He couldn't control her. He couldn't control her.
You think so?
And yes, look what she said. And he looks like a puppy behind her. I see how much
Tina is saying that she thinks that right. That
but to me, why he gotta be a sip because he love her. He was really trying to keep his relationship together. That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think they need to do a Flavor Flav thing with him, like one of them things that Flavor Flav did. Use Papoose and see how many girls are wanting. Now she mad that he got a woman. He got a woman. So I don't know how long it's been that they've been going through this, but he's
he's dating. Okay, I gotta look that up.
So
what
I think on this is first of all,
yup, Sakina is right. She said he was Remy's husband and she wasn't his wife.
But wait, hold on. Wait 1 second. Let Nisha go.
So first of all, we don't know exactly all the intricate details of this situation. And even though he might have held her down, we don't know the situation. That could just been for optics. We don't know everything. We don't know what he been doing while she been gone that she might have done found out. We don't know what type of man he really is. We just know from what we see. Exactly. And she had her reasons. So just because of how this other guy looks, which I don't know because I don't really follow this shit, but just because he might not be some good eye candy, that doesn't mean that he probably gave her what she been missing. You just never know, and he might have put it. Man, please, you just never know.
Say this: he was too damn nice, and she wanted somebody rougher. He was too. That's how it seemed to me. He was just. I don't know. I'm just giving you my opinion, like you did. I'm just giving my opinion. That's all. I'm just saying he appeared to be too nice for her. And she wanted to just be like, Papoose, you getting on my nerves type thing. Like he might have been smothering her, or she might have been bored with him, or he wasn't that exciting because somebody got to stay home with the baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Sometimes women have a tendency, if the man's, they get bored, women get bored too. Like you said, that other guy might have been giving her something that, but I think now she's gonna be mad. She's gonna be mad that he's with somebody else. Everybody on the YouTube, it seemed like they coming at her. And she has not once went on there and said that Papoose hit her, was treating her bad, or even cheated on her. And I think if he did all of that, everybody would have been like on her side and was like, like, Papoose, why you do that and this, that, and another. Nobody's saying that. I haven't seen anybody say that.
Well, you know
one
what?
thing I do. Oh, sorry.
One thing, I don't know. I really don't. Because I really like I said earlier, I do believe it is the optics. It could be a number of reasons. What about just the fact that, like you said, they could have just gotten bored with one another.
It
right?
just got bored. She didn't like
access. Yeah, like when you have access to that, or when you have sort of satisfied your lust or your desires, right, or what you think you may have wanted in terms of the material world, it's sort of like on to the next. It could be a host of things, but that's like to say, could any man be enough or be quote unquote masculine enough for, let's say, an energy like Remy Ma? Or even when you think of Nicki Minaj and her husband, I mean, you want to talk about levels? My goodness, talk about an upgrade. Real talk, right? So
right.
So that's why I always say, like, honestly, yeah, I don't think and you know what, she also I don't think I haven't, unless I'm wrong, unless y'all can tell me different, but I also haven't heard her confirm, of course, or that her marriage is over, or that in fact is true.
Oh, it's a divorce. From what I say, they divorced.
Isn't she usually? She seems very private, usually, like in terms of her relationship shit. So
she in the streets with
Yeah,
that.
well, that's what I wanted to get to, because first off, she's a hoe, and I agree with all these guys in the chat that if it was the opposite of way, that we be going down on, especially like she kept it or whatever, we might like held it down because they had a family and all this other stuff. We might have called her dumb, but we at least be like, she's so loyal, all this other stuff, and it would be more flack on him than we're trying to get right now. But what I would say to the masculine thing part of it, it's a rumor, it's allegedly, but what happened was there was a rumor coming out on multiple sides saying that Papoose beat his ass or punched him, knocked him out.
He was his friend.
They were friends. He came out on his Twitter and was like, if Papoose doesn't take it back right now, I'm going to tell the world what really happened, all this other stuff. And Papoose never took it back. Period.
Papoose beat him up because even Tasha K said he laid hands on him and knocked him out and everything. He was his friend, and he cheated on him on his friendship with his wife. That's crazy. She gonna lose out though. She's gonna feel bad that she did it.
Yeah, and I think her latest verse just shows her whole mentality. Honestly, I don't know. It's just after you cheat on your husband and you had your child and all this other stuff, to have the first thing we hear, since we've been waiting for 7 winters and 6 summers. We've been waiting for 7 winters and 6 summers for that damn album. I think it said a lot for. She's like, I like hood niggas. I like scammers. I like drill rappers and all this other stuff, like making it really be like, oh, it's all about sex. That's what I felt like the verse, like it was like exonerating her because we like dudes that have good sex, but nothing about easy looking at him. And I thought Dot, you was pulling him up, but nothing gives good sex to me, honestly, by looking at him. It gets very lame. Very lame
like he's big and everything. Nothing about him. That's what I'm saying. They need to do the Flavor Flav thing with Papoose. Let him have a little thing like Flavor Flav had. I'm gonna suggest it somehow.
Sometimes we get involved with people that we shouldn't have, and sometimes for the wrong reason at first. It could have been a business move at first, and it could have been. Or some people just fall out of love, and it is what it is. I mean, and
well, she could have just left him, not cheated on him.
Well, she could have, but she didn't. She could have, but she didn't, and I just don't. it is what it is, man. I don't feel sorry for neither one of them because I don't know them. And I don't know what type of man Papoose really is. I don't know. He might be an old lame ass nigga and she got tired of that shit.
I don't know. I just think that Remy, she gonna think about it after she do it, after she done did it. Because they said now she doesn't like to see him with other women. I don't know what she thought he was gonna do, just stand there and watch her with this next nigga. Crazy.
I want to come up. Y'all want to drop the link for them? So
Sure.
you want to join the chat? We would love to hear from y'all, especially the brothers. What y'all think?
Yeah, I'll drop it now.
Yeah, because I really want to think. I want to hear what the brothers think. But the situation, I really feel like he was just too nice. She got tired of him. He was probably asking her, "What is wrong with me?" She was probably like, "Move, go on, Papoose." But it's like Sakina. I'm with Sakina Muslima. You know what I'm saying? I'm agreeing with her. Like he might have been like, like getting on her nerves or whatever. Trying to like she got too big for him. That type thing. She got too big for him. Come on, Brother La, tell us what you think. If you heard the story, because he in New York, he know what's up.
What do you think about Red Pill taking the story and like feeling like it validated everything that they've been saying, about women?
What about women? What did he say?
That they're not loyal, that they're really the problem in relationships.
That women are?
Yep. And there's things that say that women cheat more than men.
He did not say that, did he?
It came from Psychology Today. It said that they believe that women cheat more than men.
I do not believe that.
But listen, but if you think about what they say, it's 7 women to 1 man. So just by basic math, y'all, of course, right? It's more women than there are to men. So depending on how many people they're asking, they going to usually poll more women. So yeah, I mean,
I think it's the other way around. Oh, Miss Nicole says shout out to Remy. Oh, Miss Nicole, why you say that? Oh my goodness.
Exactly, Sakina. Nobody be paying attention to them. They just be talking to talk, right?
I know. I mean, like that's crazy. Oh, my phone, y'all. Excuse me.
But truthfully, let's be honest too. And I think this is a fact, okay? Listen, if a woman cheats and she's caught, she wants to get caught. I'm just saying, like I'm being very honest, y'all, like for real. Okay. All right. Like it don't trust me. If a woman is cheating, you will not know. You really won't know. Unless she wants you to know. Unless she's overtly just being sloppy.
I mean, is that really true? Are you Inspector fucking Gadget that you just like are just on top of everything? Or is it that men don't go into the actual depths that a woman would to figure out if you're cheating?
I don't think women would be so sloppy. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. Unless she's intentionally trying to be sloppy. Unless she's intentionally trying to shake things up. Unless she's intentionally just don't care. You know what I mean?
Right. That's what it is. She just don't care.
Right. Absolutely. What y'all think?
I don't know.
I had to get JJ together.
What are you talking?
Yes, a lot of the men are saying they would know and different things. I don't know. I don't know.
Asses would not know.
It is. I guess it just depends on. It depends on like how you're hiding it, or you feel like would be the best way to hide it.
Oh,
He's Red.
What's up, ladies?
Peace, brother.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
What's
Hey,
up?
I just want to say one thing and then I'm gonna get up out of here. Women definitely, I wouldn't say y'all cheat more than us,
Mhm.
but y'all cheat better than us. And the reason y'all cheat better than us is because we don't say anything. We don't tell. We don't start liking Instagram too much, Facebook too much. You know what I'm saying? The moment we start messing around with her and we trying to creep, we trying to cheat, and they know what's going on, and you look up, and next thing you know, she all down your timeline. Oh hey, hey, hee. This, that, and the third. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I know
No.
exactly what I'm talking about. And Remy is a hoe.
Why
Facts,
you say that?
Red.
Why do you say that, Red? Why you say that?
Look how she did that, man.
That doesn't make her a hoe just because she did him like that.
Sure did.
Ooh,
Sure
now,
does.
hold on. Now,
Be a hoe of a hoe of a
hold on,
hoe.
wait. Now, when the brother do you like that, that make him a dog, don't it?
No, I don't look at it like that.
No, you
Oh,
know what that make him? That make him
nah.
stupid. That's what that make him. That
Yeah.
makes him dumb.
It make him
Because
something. But
why?
what about her? Do it make her dumb? Do it make her stupid? Do it make her any of that?
Maybe.
When I would say, even as another point to your point, Red, when who is it? Portia took that lady's husband who was already on the way out, but just because he was rich and she took that lady's husband, she was the biggest hoe in the community at the time. They were like, oh, you can't trust. And her birthday had the nerve to be in July. They were like, you can't trust cancers. They're all hoes. They'll take your man.
Hey, you can't
And
trust the Leo women either. You
but
can't trust
Remy's
Leo
not a
women either.
hoe. But Remy's not a hoe. Portia's a hoe for what she did, but Remy's not a
You
hoe.
can't
And
trust nobody, man.
I know.
Ain't
But I
nobody.
wanted to say too. Hold on, I had to say something to this. This doesn't mean you're cheating. Okay, a lot of people detox. It is good to take
Right.
detox bath in vinegar, apple cider vinegar. And I don't know if you're new here, Carrie, but I do whole rotisserie down here and stuff. So yeah, that doesn't mean you doing anything just because you keep your health up to date. Okay.
No, it definitely don't. Definitely don't. Definitely
Oh shoot. Oh my. Hey, Miss Nicole. How you doing, sis? Hey, La. Hey, brother La.
Hi.
And we got Sankofa. What's
And
up? Hey,
everyone in the chat, Sachi, Sweet Feather, peace, you guys. Thank you guys for coming through. And yeah, we got Sankofa, Brother Law. Brother Law, we know the Dunya's real, but we can change the subject for you. That's okay.
Y'all need to stop doing that, man. Peace and blessings to everybody on the
How
panel.
you doing?
Peace, peace. Every time I chime in on the chat or anywhere else, Dulcinea always talking about, oh, brother lies in the chat. We got to change the topic. Y'all sisters, this is y'all show. Y'all do y'all. Y'all ain't got to change nothing for me.
I
Enjoy
know,
y'all.
I'm just messing with you. We
I
always
know.
appreciate when you're here.
Yeah.
It's no problem. It's no problem.
So what you think, Sankofa? You've been in the chat rock with us. You came up. What you think? What are your thoughts?
I think Remy Ma definitely is not a housewife.
facts.
Okay.
You dig? Back in the day, women, they stayed with their man. They wasn't creeping out on their man. Even when their man wasn't perfect, they would stay by him and hold him down. Even if he was out there doing dirt, maybe sleeping around, have kids cross town or whatever he was doing.
Hey,
Hey,
Okay.
everybody. I had to step away for a second.
Oh shoot. Big Mama,
and
you
that's
don't
exactly the point I was gonna make.
Sankofa. Let Sankofa was talking. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Finish
I'm
spilling
sorry. I
all
was
his
just speaking. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
Sankofa was spilling all his tea. He up here
And then
talking
the other
about
Let me be quiet
the
then.
other, the other thing I was gonna say is I like what the brother said about women definitely cheat better. But one thing I've learned about, I'm 36 in the younger generation, these women, they not only will they cheat on you, but they might also cheat on you with their girlfriend. You won't even know what's going on.
Hey, bro, I'm 34, so I already know exactly what you're saying. Trust
Most
me.
of them,
Did
half
she
of them
invite
nowadays.
her? If she invites her, is it cheating?
Well, of course, that's a whole different situation.
Why you stutter at first?
No, that's a whole other situation.
Y'all be careful what y'all say. Y'all
You know
know
what I
Brother
mean?
Lie is on the panel.
That's a whole other
Why
that's
y'all
a whole
keep
other
doing
situation.
that? Stop doing that, man.
Okay.
But Nah. They really will. Like you'll be out of town somewhere, whatever you got going on, and I'm hanging out with my girlfriends. Da da da. And
Okay,
yeah,
what if you did do it with her friend though? Would you feel uncomfortable like she would do it without you if she had too good of a time?
nah, not at all, not at all, not at all. I would let her, you know what I'm saying, do her thing. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be tripping. I got security cameras everywhere in my house, so I might tune in
So
and
she can
you
cheat
know.
on you as long as she at least let you in for one time.
Wow.
Sankofa said, listen, Sankofa said he like kinky shit. Like he like when girls put feet.
Y'all know we can't cuss because of the thing.
Oh, sorry. He into that. He was into that. Right? So that's what I heard. That's what you said in chat.
I
Right,
couldn't believe what you was reading. That man had foot and mouth. What?
Okay, hand, foot, mouth, mad cow, the whole nine. Yes, he did.
I couldn't believe that. I think toes and feet in the mouth, that's the nastiest shit ever. All feet stink.
You tripping.
I'm not putting no feet in my
You
mouth.
can
No,
take
man.
care of your feet. Your feet don't have to stink. You can have
What type
You've
of
been
women
walking
is you
around in
sleeping
them
with?
Nikes. You've been walking around in them Nikes all
But
day.
you're not gonna go straight
I'm
from
wearing
walking around
Nikes.
outside in Nikes to suck on my toes. You're gonna take a nice warm
You been in
shower,
them old
bath. You're
Jordans.
gonna be all smelling good. Your
He
toes
talking
are
about
gonna
his
be
feet.
smelling good.
Oh my God, he talking about his feet.
A good woman ain't gonna come at you like that anyway.
Exactly.
I don't even like feet on me. I'd be like, get your feet off me. Don't be putting them feet on me. Mm-mm.
That's them booger wolves.
Yeah, that's the booger wolves.
What, Carrie? You're wily in the chat right now.
Carrie is crazy.
Miss Nicole, what do you think, sis? What are your thoughts about whatever we've been talking about a lot? I know.
Well, here's my thoughts about Remy and Pat. Nobody really knows their situation, number one. Number two, just say if she did cheat on him. Just say if she did. I look at it like this. How many sisters be holding brothers down when they do their bids? For years. And the
Fact.
brothers come out and they start wilding and sleeping with women and doing crazy things. We just got to eat it. So nobody want to hear us cry about it.
I'd agree
The
with her on
one
that.
time a sister do that to a brother, then she's a hoe. How dare she? The whole community falls out. Everybody gets sensitive. Pap is a man. He'll put his starter cap on and he'll start over. It's okay. This
Her
happens to women all the time. Don't nobody care.
her reputation is damaged, not Pat's.
No,
Though.
it's not. Why is it damaged?
Sure is.
Oh,
I don't think her reputation. She's a real one. She'll bounce. They'll both bounce. They'll be okay.
ask the other ladies on the panel.
They'll be all right.
Exactly, Miss
Well,
Nicole.
let me say this. I have no other choice but to agree with Miss Nicole on that part. But at the same time, here's why I think not many women get these good men. So if you get and hold on to them.
Sorry, but who said that this nigga is so good? We don't know this.
There you go, Nisha.
What I will say is good men will be, I agree with him, good men will be on high alert from then on out, seeing that. No one wants to be in Remy's position as far as when it's a good man and married to him. But if he's knocking her off, of course, she can definitely get all what Carrie was talking about, that stroke game and all that from here on out. Of course, she'll have no problem getting a man. But the problem will become with keeping a good man, which no good man with these optics is gonna go up and be like, I'm gonna take Remy. What she's gonna have to do is she's gonna have to pay to play from here. Get your $40 ready, because if you want a man that's gonna stick with you, you better have some money, Remy. But she
That's not true.
I gotta go against that.
That's not true.
I gotta go
But I'm
against
saying
that.
everybody been giving up their little you know what I'm saying, there's opinions. I'm with Dulcie on that part too.
Nobody knows the
I'm
Pat
gonna
is a
say
good
this
man.
again.
No.
I'm gonna say this again. Because I know how long I've been married.
No, I'm just saying, when you got a good man, let me give you a scenario. What if your man is home all the time and you know where your man is, right? But you go out here because you saying he cheats, that he boring or whatever, because you know he might be home just chilling all the time or whatever, and you go out here and cheat, but you know where your man is. That's why I don't understand. Like if my man all the time looking at the game, looking at boxing, all that, but you know what I'm saying? But I'm like always on the computer with my girls or whatever. And I'm like, he's so freaking boring. He don't never do nothing.
Are you
And
listening?
my whole thing is all I have to do is ask, baby, let's go to the movies or let's go out to dinner with it. But because he didn't, I'm so bored with him. And I go out here and cheat. Is that right? I
Is
think
that
I messed
right?
up if I did that. I think literally I would have messed up. My man found out because he gonna think, well,
Oh,
I'm
I can
home.
answer
You
that
know
for
where I'm at.
real.
I'm not out here
I can
cheating.
answer that for real. I mean, in real
Hey,
time, I can
straight
answer
smoke. I
that.
didn't know you was on a panel high.
Yeah, peace,
Yes,
straight
ma'am.
smoke.
I'm gonna stand up for my women. You damn right. I'm standing up for my moral, righteous women, the ones that I know is there. Oh no, I'm not gonna sit back and relax off this. Just like I am a man. I've been married almost 20 years. Oh yeah, we can do this all day, every day. Because that's in you. That's that's right. Ground game with the person you claim. That's ground game. If you don't have no foundation, what do you have? You have lies. Think about what everything that's being said. If there is no foundation to it, it does not stand the test of time. It does not do that. So if you want to go forward with anything that you're saying under the pretense of who is wrong or right, think of your already moral compass in what you're doing. And I'll digress.
I didn't know how that answered it, but if you feel good with what you're saying, okay.
No, you didn't. Okay, Sakina. Let Sakina jump in, y'all.
I don't
Then
know
I'll go
because
and fix it afterwards.
I heard about the Remy Ma and the Papoose thing a while ago, and it just proved to me what I always said, because when it came out, it didn't say, guess what, Remy Ma and Papoose broke up. Why? Because she cheated on him. No, it was Remy Ma slept with the bull and Papoose beat him up. He was still there. He was still around. Now, if they broke up now, it's probably because after it happened, things never could just get back right. But he was there and willing to reconcile, being a simp again. After it came out that your wife done slept with somebody, you were still sitting around like a puppy. So yeah, I don't know.
And that probably getting on her nerves that she could just do that to him.
Wait, hold
Yeah,
up.
because once you dog a nigga and they weak for you, if you do something dirty to a nigga and he's soft and he let it slide and
Well, how the fuck is
you're
that
never, you're
possible?
gonna lose respect for him and he'll
Well,
never
How is
hit.
that
anything that's
possible?
It's
broken can't
over
be
after
fixed.
that.
Oh,
But
Sakina, now
that's a
you done.
man. That's a man. How is that possible?
It
Look
is
at
possible.
I'm saying, hold on. Look at selective choice. Come on. Look at what you
He probably
I
really
mean,
loves her. He
come
probably really
on,
loves her.
man. This don't sound right. I
Nah,
get you.
he probably
I
really
get you.
loves
I get
her.
you.
That's
Go
why he
ahead.
was
I'm
there.
sorry. I
They got a
digress.
child together, all of that.
Nah.
I agree with the nah part though.
Listen,
I got something that he could understand.
hold on.
Women don't want no yes man.
Listen.
Exactly. You're not gonna tell me that.
That is true.
At the end of the day, ain't no man gonna be with no woman when another nigga out here body slamming your wife or your girl to the mattress like Hulk Hogan.
That part.
That don't even make sense.
Not
Man, that
Because you're
makes
supposed to
perfect
be
sense.
already in the game with your old lady. That don't
not
make
Hulk
sense.
Hogan, that part.
I'm down with her.
Damn hard
Think
cold.
about what is it, the best man
Ooh.
when he knew she had cheated on him, and even back in the day, and he was saying his vows and getting flashbacks. Ain't no man doing that. Ain't no man doing that. Sorry.
Because ain't no woman doing that. Not
Facts,
no
that
righteous
too.
woman. She ain't doing all that. She's doing exactly what the fuck she know And guess what? I'm sorry. And guess what I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to be her man.
Because I'm gonna tell you a real thing right here, because it's about loyalty to men when it comes to that. The sex, but I tell you what, a woman's not putting up with you spending all your money and we broke now because you've been spending your money on a chick. That's grounds. Like, we could talk or whatever. You could have body slammed once, and I might not throw the whole family away. But if you spent all the money, if it was my money that was mixed in,
our money.
Hey, she right.
Yeah, no. It was my money.
No.
Hey,
No. If you spend my money,
our money. Our money.
Right. Wrong pronoun, bro.
Not when you do it on a chick. Not if you spend it on a chick, because she didn't give me our orgasm. She didn't.
You got your money. I got. Hold on. You got your money. I got my money.
It was your
we have our money.
Hell no.
We have our moments all the time.
You got to understand that it's a child involved. So, Papoose probably was trying to stick in there because it's a child involved. They got a little girl that's involved there. He probably was still trying to say, listen, I don't know. You made a mistake. You tell me what's the problem. Let's try to work this out. But when he seen that she still was acting crazy, that's when he, said, I got to roll out. But they got a child, ain't like she was just his girlfriend. He put a lot into that relationship. He waited for her to get out of jail. They had a baby together. They'd been on all these shows together and did all of this stuff. He probably saying, we done bought a house together. We done did this. A lot that's probably involved with that. Was as to why he probably was trying to stay in there and work it out with her. You know what I'm saying? I don't look at it as
absolutely, Freedom. You right. But you know what? She don't want to be saved.
What's going to happen? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. He's going to keep thinking about the fact that she actually had sex. It's going to keep playing in his mind. He might be afraid at first to start all over with somebody else. It's a lot that goes into that until you actually going through it. He probably saying to himself, damn, I got to start all over again. You know what I'm saying? Damn, I'm used to sleeping with her. Now I have to start sleeping with somebody else. Because they say, according to him, she was the only woman that he messed with in all these years. He really rode for her. He went to the jail to visit her damn near every single day.
Well, why is she leaving for a nigga named Easy the Block Captain?
Because that's how she is. That's in her persona.
That's in her. That's
her. That was her nasty. That's how her nasty ass is. That's how she is. She might
even more of a reason why he should have stepped off.
She probably got sick of him and the way he was, and he was just too. Listen, I had a man that would clean up all the freaking time and all this here. He was getting on my nerves.
Hey,
he was following me around, all that kind of weird behind. I mean, I'm just saying things can get on your nerves. He probably was getting on her nerves.
Hey, Papoose is rare. There's a level of infidelity that women have dealt with, that probably a lot of y'all women have dealt with, that us as men, we could not deal with.
Thank you.
We ain't dealing with it. We ain't dealing with it. I done seen women myself. I done seen women that got them and cry their eyes out and let me come on back. And if they even look at the next nigga, nah, I can't handle it. I'm be completely honest.
Yeah, but
most of us are like that. We do territory.
That's a guilt, because you know why, Red? That's a guilty man. That's why.
Oh yeah,
because
yeah,
that's
most definitely.
Man. That's
most
the
definitely.
first time.
Most
okay,
definitely.
Yeah, let's talk about it, right? Because I can understand that, because and in my 20s, right? I couldn't peep game like that yet. You feel me? Right? Yeah. Even though I was raised on it, those are the things that you deal with and you realize and you experience as you get older. You realize, oh wait, that's not love. That's not protection, right? That's not adoration. No, it's because he's guilty, right? Because why is a glance making you nervous? Oh, yeah, you just agreed. Got him. Listen, y'all.
I agree, but not exactly. Even if we did,
why would a glance? But think about it. Think about this, right?
Go ahead.
Why would a glance, right?
Would
a glance make you so uncomfortable that it would drive you crazy? Unless
emotionally, we can't handle what you can handle. And that's just some real shit right there. We can't what y'all handle and things y'all go through, we can't handle that emotionally. Not at
There
all.
you go.
What? Can't handle that either. If I
Brother,
ever,
Oh, not at
no, I don't think
all.
that's true.
oh
Brother
my,
Lie, stand cold for what y'all think. Straight smoke.
if
Y'all agree
I've
with
had
that?
I
women,
mean, if,
I've
if,
had
if they got
women,
different opinions, okay, but okay.
I've had women that if they see me looking at her, if they first of all, I've had women that if they notice a beautiful woman,
Oh yeah.
they'll be looking at me to see if I'll notice her, but they've been done noticed her before me. I'd be like, this is a weird stuff they be on, but a lot of women they don't like. They be watching your eyes. They don't like you looking at another woman. They can't handle that either.
Of course. Yeah.
That's only the
Not
insecure
true.
woman.
That's not
That's
true.
all. That's not true.
What do you
That is
mean?
so
I've
not
experienced
true.
it. I've had women in my life I've dealt with who are very insecure, and if they even think I'm noticing another woman or looking at her for any, if I look at her for more than 2 seconds or acknowledge her in any kind of way, they be all in their feelings or feeling some type of way, like somebody said, insecure.
Right, because that's insecurity. But if a female is secure with herself, right? Like and women, girls, women, that's how I know I have nothing but women in my family, and that's how we grew up, right? So we're very not only are we affectionate with each other, but like it's nothing for me to recognize another bad sister that's walking by, and I'd be like, she's beautiful, she's cute, right? Like I do that shit all the time. It's nothing wrong with that. Like, cause I'm, you understand what I'm saying? So if you have
I like those
somebody.
women. I enjoy those. I've had those too.
I call a female pretty in a heartbeat. I see beautiful in a lot of things. You know what I mean? It's just because I like pretty things. So, she's beautiful. I even compliment. I'll compliment God knows how many people in a day when I walk by. If I like what you're wearing, I'll compliment you. Like, but that, I guess you're right, because I'm not insecure. Yeah. So, but if a man, right? If I feel like if a man, back to what Red was saying, if you're walking down the street, for example, and your girl would have you look at somebody else, or you feel like she's glancing or looking too long, that shouldn't bring up any problems for you.
No. No.
A lot of us are territorial. I know some guys might have that type of well, fuck it, I don't care. Excuse me, I'm sorry, y'all. But a lot of guys get that type of way.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Of course.
I think that, once a woman, I had just wrote it, once a woman cheats, it's a wrap because, well, I'm going to say for me anyway, because most women, even after you break up with a man, most women don't just move on to the next man. Because if you with a certain type of man, you know that if you go sleep with another man, it's no going back to your ex. So a lot of women will stall on moving on with the chances of keeping that door open of doubling back. But once she go to that next nigga, that's because she already wrote the last nigga off. Like, it's a rap, I don't even care.
Mm-hmm.
So if she do it during a relationship, she definitely don't have no respect.
Right. Completely agree with you, sis. Definitely.
Those ones be hard to deal with because you can't get them to get away from you.
Serious. Y'all, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Y'all brothers killing me. Brothers killing me.
Right.
Guess what? This is called the choosing stage. When someone gets fed up with something, guess what they do? They choose what they want. That's it. That's it. That's all. They know what they see. They know what they want. So for you to sit back and hold on, if you can sit back and think to yourself that you ain't being chosen every given Sunday, I guess you ain't being chosen every given Sunday.
My little lady friend here right now. I'm gonna shake up out of here, y'all. Peace and love.
All right, Red. Thank you for joining us.
Yep.
Peace.
I'm like, man, if you could snatch this headache up away from me, man, please.
You so silly. Oh my goodness.
At the end of the day, the game is supposed to be sold, never told.
All right.
That's your choice. The game is gonna be known. We doing something different around here in these parts.
How many of y'all? It's crazy.
No, straight smoke. No.
I'm sorry. I
always saying something crazy.
Rewrite the rules to the game, baby. You can't rewrite the rules to the game.
You can't.
You can't do it.
I'm saying, I don't know why people
can't
talk in a relationship. Just talk and tell me what you want. You know, a lot of people don't have no type of communication in their relationships.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
That's
Freaky.
really weird. And why you can't just tell her what you want or him
Right.
tell me what you want? Like, what is it?
Why is it a problem?
Freedom, does that bother you? That because some women, like, do you want to have to tell him, or could that be that he is not the one? Because it might be that man that come and know all the right things to say, all the right things to do, and that's what makes him that one. But if I got to tell you, that means that I'm trying to mold you and create you and make you that one.
Well, nobody's going
What
to
is
be.
the same thing I have to do with you?
Wait a minute.
What is the same
Nobody's
thing I
going
have
to be.
to do?
But why would you cheat
I
thinking
wanna
like
answer her
someone?
question.
I wanted to ask though, why would you cheat thinking that person is the one? Why wouldn't you even know that how that man is gonna look at you now is nothing more than the sexual
What you were.
object that
I would
you
like
are.
to
Exactly. Because
No.
he's not gonna respect you. You think he
No.
would respect you knowing that you cheated on your husband, a man?
Right. It don't sound right.
No, I disagree.
I'm gonna dog her out.
Here's the situation.
Right. He's gonna dog
I
her
would
out.
rather. Nobody's going to be exactly how you want them to be. It's just not going to. It just doesn't work like that. Some men have a way about them that you like, but then they got ways about them that you don't like. It's always going to be a situation where you got to tell the person, please don't do that, or this is what I like. I want to tell them, because if you do it and I don't like it, it's going to be a problem. So I'm not talking about let me see, how can I say this? I'm not talking about all, like, everything sexual or affectionate or well, maybe you should tell them a lot, and that be the problem with people can't talk even about that. They can't talk about things they don't like because they're afraid. They're walking on eggshells, acting like they, feeling like if I tell this man I don't like this, or I do like that, or I don't like how you're doing this, that's another thing.
Bingo.
I don't even like how you doing it.
Bingo.
And women act like they're scared to tell a man you're not doing it. I don't like how you doing it. I got a specific way I like to, because that's the only way it's gonna work anyway. Other than that, I'm gonna fake it. So what I'm saying is, I'm keeping it 100. What I'm saying is, if you talk to the person and y'all got a good relationship like that, y'all can talk. Start off talking, like, make it open. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't say nothing, how he gonna know? He ain't gonna never know. What he gonna do is Lucy know what she doing because I told her. But this is my woman, and I can't tell her because of how you might act. You might be too pretty, like, and he's scared to tell you what he really likes, because he afraid he gonna mess up the relationship or something by telling you. I think conversation is good in a relationship, and I think being open in a relationship is very good.
Thank you.
And I think some people are being a little delusional about men to an extent. Maybe there is like a few men that you can ride over, I guess, but then you have to think, like, what kind of simp is he? But exactly what Sachi's saying, I know men that haven't cheated on you with the way that they look on you. They've cheated with enough wives and girlfriends that they look at all women like that. Like, I've cheated with so many people's girlfriend or so many people's wife. Now I side out all women. Like, there's no way they look at women the same if they're able to get you in a marriage or a relationship.
So in a relationship, y'all, right? And you only can pick one. What is more important? Respect or love?
Morality.
I think they go together, don't they? I don't know.
You have to pick one, right? If you had to choose between one of the two, what would you prefer? Is it more important for your mate to respect you or love you? Which one?
Respect.
Love, because I'm gonna say love, because when they love you,
respect
you.
Okay. Respect. All right, wait. I'm gonna go around the panel. Just quick. Nisha, what would you say? Love or respect?
Respect.
Miss Nicole?
I would say love, because if you love me, then you'll respect me.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Sankofa, what would you say?
I can respect you and don't love you.
Sankofa, what you say? Love or respect?
I'm sitting here trying hard as I can to separate the two, and I cannot.
You gotta pick
I
one
can't
though.
separate the two.
No, you
Not
have
the way
to.
that I was raised.
Just because I respect you don't mean I love you.
Exactly. There you go. So what would
Well,
you say, Freedom?
I said love. I was
Okay.
the first one that answered. I said love because if you love me, you're going to try to please me, which means you're going to respect me. But if I disrespect you, don't mean I love you. I respect people on the street. I don't love them.
Okay, Brother Lab, what did you
And
say?
I say respect. I say respect because love is an emotion, a feeling. It goes in and out throughout the relationship. But as long as you respect me through your anger, through your happiness, through you being madly in love with me, through you respect me though, we'll be fine.
That part right there.
Right.
I appreciate that because now I can separate the two. I understand what y'all mean.
I know what Sakina's saying, but I'm just saying. I mean, I respect all elders. I respect everybody, but I don't love everybody.
Right, and let me answer because I agree. I'm going with love. I get it as far as the respect, but the fact is, love is not just a feeling or endorphins, as people like to say. Love is a choice that you're making. So if I know that you will make that choice to love me, then I know you'll make that choice to respect me. But the moment you don't make the choice to love me, then everything else will go out the window.
Sure does.
No,
I
because
agree.
a lot of men that love their wives and cheat and disrespect them. So what are you saying?
That's the truth.
Women too. Women too.
Children love
I
their
don't think when
parents.
you.
and
I think when you
Women too.
doing that, you don't love me. You don't love. You love the thought of me, but you damn sure don't love me. If you're respecting me, excuse me. If you love me, excuse me. If you're disrespecting me, then at that given time, you do not love me. Because if you love me, you could not disrespect me like that.
I would have to disagree.
And I would have to say that you can
agree.
cheat. You can cheat, but it's about, I would say, someone that loves you. If he's cheated on you, it's about what he's gonna do. He's never gonna go back past the point. Like if he like Wendy Williams, you get another girl pregnant, all this other stuff. That means he didn't love you. If he
Didn't love
loved
me
you,
at all.
even though he fell
Love
for
me, but
another girl, he might go put a condom
have to
on
use
and do a little
example
something,
doses.
but he's gonna come back and be like, I'm gonna make sure she's not disrespected from this because
That's
I love her and I
disrespect.
don't want to lose her.
So he
But
gonna
if
use-
he
As
doesn't
soon as you
love
lay
you,
down with
then it's
another
all out
person,
the
you
window. He'll
disrespect
do
you.
it
Me,
all.
when it's those type of situations, those men are opportunists, or those women are opportunists. You're just
You
in
guys
it to
are
get whatever
hilarious.
you're going to get, but you don't love me.
A man could be madly in love with a woman and fall victim to that P. That's just the power of it.
I don't know what. Maybe
no.
that's. I don't know.
No.
Yeah.
That's true. He's
Yeah.
I
speaking
don't know about how you gonna be
No.
madly in love with me and
He's
go
speaking
stupid
facts.
and go
Yes, he
stupid
is.
crazy.
But that's the number one answer they say anytime a man mess up and do you dirty. But I love you. That's
Right.
the
He
number
did.
one
Okay,
comeback.
That's
He did,
because
and
he's an
that's why we
opportunist. He trying to keep what he got. Most of
Look.
the time, you hear the women are married to some pack your bags and get the hell out, go back and stay with your mom. No, he was an opportunist. He used her for whatever he used her for, her house, her car, or whatever. Because some of these men is so nasty, they'll screw Tina. Don't even really wash up good and come home and school Tracy. That's just how they are. Because they don't want to lose and mess up what they got. They opportunists.
But sometimes a man don't
No,
know
it's
how
not
much he
opportunist.
even loved that woman, and they mess up. And then once they lose her, that's when they realize, when they're sobbing, they're sad, they can't eat, they can't sleep. That's when they realize how much they love that woman. And then it
Oh
just
no,
it is
they
what it
missed
is.
what they had when they was with her. Because if he loved her all that much, then he could not cheat on her or hurt her or do anything like that.
Okay.
He just an opportunist. He missed what he had. Now he missed them
Okay, so
back.
you know what?
He
Look at
missed
that.
them. He missed them massages. He missed her doing all the stuff because this next woman was just a screw. Okay. He missed all that good stuff. Right. They're gonna write you miss some fried potatoes in the morning, baby. Because she can't cook.
Yes, she can. And guess what? She's doing it. She's doing it. Yes,
she can't do a single wild.
Hold on.
One at a time. One at a time.
Let's stop making. Hold on. Let's stop making the other woman a piece of shit.
I'm not making her that. He did.
Freedom.
He did because he missed his woman and want to go back to her. So he made her that piece of SH. That's not us either, because we can't do it like that no more.
Okay, so let's stop making this other woman nothing. Okay,
I didn't say she was nothing. She was a screw. And she was talking to me, Dots.
I know, but
no. I'm just talking period. I'm not just talking to you. So what I'm saying is, just because a man can love a woman that he could have been with her for, let's say, 15 years, right? And then he meets somebody else, and he meets somebody else, and he starts messing with them. He still have love for her, but it's the in love. It's not, he's not in love with the main anymore, right? He still love her, but that in love part is gone. So the other woman is not just nothing. She's something, because especially if he keeps messing with her. So it's just not a F. It could be more than that. So I don't know why.
I think it's a different situation.
No,
well, I'll say, because I'm with Sister Freedom a little bit. I think a lot of people get the lulu about the situation. I ain't saying that she's nothing either, but if you make yourself as open to be like, oh, I'm gonna be available whenever you say. I'm gonna make sure when I call when your girl is gone. I'm gonna make sure you have everything set up. You don't have to see me on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We can just meet on Saturday, Sunday, and a little bit on Sunday. We don't ever have to go out on Valentine's Day. You can meet me on the 15th because it's the next day, and I know my girl won't be tripping, or I can say I was at work and all this other stuff. And she's like, okay, daddy, yes, daddy, I'll do whatever you say. A girl like that isn't being loved. She's liked. She's making everything available and putting it out on a silver platter. So of course he likes that, but that doesn't mean he like, oh, I'm gonna leave my girl or anything for that. It's more mainly a whole thing of being like, oh, you're making the provisions for me, because no man even likes to be able to walk over his girl like that. He doesn't mind walking over a side chick that's just some pussy. But he doesn't like walking over his girl like that and knowing that his girl has no spine. No man really likes that. That's why we would always be the yes, oh, I'm going to be the friends with benefits and all this other stuff. And you see that man never did anything with you. He left you for this girl that you were always like, she's drama. She's nagging him. She like, you better marry me. And he goes and gets on one knee and marries her. Why? They don't like the yes girl. They say they want this girl that's submissive and yes and docile, but they do not want that. Period. They do not want that. It's for a main, for a side chick. Yeah, they're fine with the convenience of a side chick being like yes.
No.
I don't know why people think them side. I don't know why side girls get it in their mind that these niggas love them. I don't understand that. I don't know why. Just because he giving it to you good. That's the only reason why you
can love the side girl more than the main one.
Yeah, but you addicted to what the dick did. Period. You just
more than the main.
I don't know why these side. Well, why don't he leave his woman and go with her then?
Yeah, sometimes the side women play. Sometimes
those main joints be taking care of them niggas. That's why they don't leave.
No,
that's right. I agree with you, Sakina Muslima. I agree with you.
Impossible.
But why won't he?
I think a lot of girls just be delusional.
And believe me, when his woman finds out, because I done been through it. I've been through it where my man, we literally went to the girl's house, and I swear I kid you not. He stood in the girl's face, and I know he did it. And he said, I don't even know you. You just trying to break me and my woman up. If you lie, I'm going to punch you in your face. I mean, he did all of that. And he know he was with that woman.
I think girls just want to feel like they're such a good woman, and they're such a good woman that you can take a man.
Men and women.
And I think that's what it is.
What gender are you asking this question to? He might absolutely like you more than his girlfriend.
Sometimes, yeah.
That do not mean he want to be with you. That don't mean he's ever intending to wife your. Because your girl can get on your goddamn nerves, but I still notice who I want to be with. She just getting on my nerves right now, and I don't like her. I love her though, but I happen to like you. You know what I'm saying? Because in the midst of my difficulty with my partner, you was willing to squeeze yourself in. You didn't even try to take up space. You know what I'm saying? You was willing to fit into my life exactly the way I needed you to fit in. You feel me? So I can like you right where
That's
you at.
heavy.
You don't want no more. You ain't asking for shit. Hell yeah, I like you. You mean I get to still go home to my girl? Yes. I like
Look
you
at
a lot.
him. He know he's
I'm gonna talk to you a lot.
Oh, that's
You
my
mean
boy.
you gonna get up? You actually okay with me having to get off the phone when my girl walk in? Yeah, I like you, baby. I like you. I like you a lot.
Playing ball.
A whole lot. Yeah, that nigga might like you more than his girlfriend. Yes.
That answers my question for me. I'm telling you.
Bringing peace.
Listen.
Peace of mind.
Okay. I'm
Nah,
telling
I
you,
feel
I
this
have
guy
been
is
in a relationship where I'm telling you, my best friend Brooke said, as soon as my sister come in the club, I'm gonna tell you just what you did. And when I got to the club, Brooke told me just what he did, and I know he did it. We went to the girl was like, I didn't know he was your man the whole nine. He was doing what he's doing, DJ and doing all these. The next day, I said, Brooke, where this bitch live at? And where she live at? Because we ready to go prove this. Because he had lied and lied and lied all night long. We went to the girl house. I swear, I knocked on the door. I was like, "Do you know him?" And she was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Well, I'm his woman. I'm saying, what's up? What's going on here?" The girl was like, "Well, I didn't know he had a girlfriend and all this kind of stuff." And this nigga was like, "You lying? You lying? You lying?" Boom, he went through all this. And you know what? Well, I didn't do number laugh. All I could do was laugh because I was like, "Girl, just go in the house," because I know he did it. I know he did it. I know you did it. But I'm gonna get you back. But you know you did it. But I'm a clown, so I laughed. I said I was laughing at him acting the damn fool, saying he didn't do it. That's what I'm trying to say. These women is just like that boy said, just like that man just got finished saying. That's what they do. That's what they do. I'm trying to told you.
And I'm not saying it's impossible for them to ever leave their woman and fall in love. I'm just saying
right.
no,
Well, she got
minority of the time. For the most part, these women are delusional. They like, I'm better, so he's gonna leave, and he never leaves her.
No, he can have babies by him and he still won't leave his wife.
But for real, to Niche point, a lot of times, I'm gonna be honest, I think they do like the side chick because the side chick a lot of times be the thrill. They be the thrill. And the chick at home, she's the good mother. She's making sure he got food, his clothes is clean, his house is clean. He's probably acclimated with her family. His family know her. So they doing a family thing. But when you get with old girl over here, the only obligation for you is to pay the bill at the end of the night. And you don't have nothing else after that. So it's an easy thing. But he addicted to it. He drawn to it.
So. Listen to this. The moment she finds out, now he's scared that she might get him back. And she becomes the exciting one. Now somebody done when she find out, somebody done got in her ear, girl, honey, you better start getting yourself, go put your lashes on, put your heels on, let's get ready to get it. Her and her girlfriends. Okay.
Oh, now he's scared when she do that.
Now he's wondering what she's doing. And now he don't even want to go no more because the thrill is gone. It's gone.
And if we're being for real, like it's women that monkey branch, meaning that it's women that could be like cheating or looking at the next person to be like, oh, I can upgrade or I can get with this new person. But if a man is falling for a girl, he's most likely fall for them both. Like he gonna be Peter Guns and y'all gonna be going back and forth competing, having babies by him, and he ain't gonna stop you. He'll be like, yeah, that's my girl and that's my girl, because he's really poly at the end of the day. But it's not like he likes one or the other, or one's gonna ever win in the situation. They're both gonna lose unless they all come together as a family, because that's really what he wants.
Yep.
So let me ask y'all a question. What do you call a man that gets tired of his main wife, this chick, and chooses not to be with no one.
Well, to me, why couldn't you just
Bitter.
what you want? You see, my dad always say, never let the fun run out your relationship. Never. So are you tired of yourself when you really think about it? Because when you say you tired of
Who
her,
said bitter?
you're really tired of
He's tired
yourself.
of bending her
Who
over.
said
That's what he's
It's
saying.
boring because you not doing nothing to make it more exciting.
No,
You gotta do something too.
it could also be that he has been trying to do stuff to make it more exciting, and the main is just saying, "Nah, I'm not with none of that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't
That
want
could
to
be
do that."
true. That
So
could be true.
now he's tired. He loves her, but he's tired now. And
That's
when
an
he
important
found
That
something
could be
new,
true.
he found something new. Yes, she decided, and he ain't left yet because still trying to see if this side could be the main. So that's why he ain't left yet. But it's coming.
Black Lion Supreme thing up, though. See, because I got the screen big. Let me see if I can. Black Lion Supreme.
He said the side piece is the one that can do all the freaky things he wants to do,
Well,
and
you're
that
not
he's
sharing.
too embarrassed to tell his woman about.
There it is. Because I have the screen really big, so I don't got my glasses on. Because I can't bring it up.
Can I say something?
I don't know what you're trying to bring up is the
Too
thing.
embarrassed to tell your wife.
I couldn't
comfortable
see
with
it. I
a
couldn't see
side
the chat.
Is that the
What are you
topic
saying?
cheating? Because it sounds like overalling, it's what makes a person do something they're thinking opposite.
You doing it again? You doing it again?
I'm sorry. All right, I'm good. I'm gonna
Can I
drop
say
back.
something?
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you, Smoke.
I'm just saying, though. I mean, it's like, come on.
I'm sorry, baby. I was just playing.
I'm sorry.
No.
Because we all know the same thing.
Yeah.
Inherently to it.
Mm-hmm.
I know I need a woman. What the fuck?
Right. You can't cuss.
I'm sorry. We know we need a woman. For real. I'm a man. I've been married for almost 20 years.
So you knew you got a woman. Don't say it like that.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I really
You
am.
got a woman. You know, all of us want to do a 20-year bid. I know I do.
So what
Not
do
everybody
you do?
wants to do that, though.
What do you do? I'm asking the older man. What do you do when you get tired of your wife? I've never been married,
There
but
is
if I
no
ever
getting
get married,
tired of something you committed to.
That's
Because
right.
what you committed to, you will never get tired of. That's in
That's
you.
not true.
You saw that the first time when you committed to it. That don't even sound right to me.
So, Miss
You knew
Nicole,
what
you
you
said
was
that's
doing.
not.
I'm with Smoke on that
If
one.
you
Can I
think
just
that
say
thing's
something?
Go ahead, Nicole. You got it. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying nowadays, if you're with somebody, married or just in a relationship, and you don't want to be in a relationship anymore, just leave.
Just roll
I
out.
think you're at a point. Can I just finish? I think we're at a point where I can say I'm at a point. I'm too old for the games. I'm not trying to cheat on somebody, and I don't want nobody to cheat on me. If you don't want to be with me, go. Because the worst thing that can happen is I'm walking down the street one day, somebody tapped me on the shoulder. Excuse me, do you know such and such? Is that your man? I'm too old for them games. I'm too
No,
old for them games. And my reaction may not be nice. So I always say, if you don't want to be with me, go about your business. But this whole cheating and you think you need a side chick, this and that, I've seen too many incidents where people got hurt and even killed over stuff like this. It's not worth it.
It's not worth
If you don't want to be with who you with and you want to step out and you want to mess with 100 girls or 100 dudes, just leave that person alone and go do you. Don't bring them in your mess. Because I always say, anytime a chick call my house, want to tap me on the shoulder and discuss something about my man, I'm going to say, did he not tell you I'm crazy?
Okay.
Did he not tell you? Because he don't care about you if he didn't tell you about me.
what's the point of
I
acting
don't play
crazy
those
if you really
games.
just gonna leave him
Okay.
anyway?
You better sing.
It doesn't make a difference, bro. If you're not committed to what you intended to do, why even fuck with them? I'm
That's
sorry.
right.
Why
Be
even
out.
mess with them?
I
Why
mean
even mess with them?
that all sounds good,
No,
And,
ain't
you
no
know,
sounding good.
but the reality of it is people get married all the time, and this is what happens.
It's crazy.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it
Not
does.
all the
Okay,
time, but
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes,
it
it
does
does.
happen some
I'm
of the
sorry.
time. We can't say it
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
happen.
I'm
We have
sorry.
examples we can look at where it happened. But okay, Belioso, and now they're kind of going back and forth in the chat about this. As an outsider, what do you think of the person that is openly trying to get someone to fall for them that is in a relationship, either married or girlfriend, boyfriend? This is the outsider that actually wants a deep relationship with the person and wants them to leave their prospective relationship for that. What do you think
Trifling.
of that
how
person?
often somebody
Trifling.
said trifling.
Desperate.
Damn.
How often do you think it happened, Miss Nicole? Let me ask you that.
How often
Oh,
do you cross?
repeat the question. I'm sorry.
That it actually happens that a man actually leaves his wife for the woman. A
They
lot.
don't. They
Most
usually
of the
don't.
time.
They
That's
usually
what
try
I'm
to
thinking.
have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah,
Exactly. That's where I'm with you, Mr.
I'm
Nicole.
agree.
I think minority of the time, yeah, you can get it, but in the most time, I think they want it all. They don't want to be like, oh, and even if it's like a side relationship, like a concubine relationship, they want a wife and a concubine. They
Or
wouldn't.
they don't,
They ain't trying to subtract, is what I'm saying. They just
or
trying
they
to.
don't want no commitment at all.
Right. And to your question about that, if you
Whatever
say,
we do at
what
the end.
about the
Hold
person
on.
that doesn't want to deal with women at all? Okay, so is he
I'm not
like,
saying that. What I'm saying is being tied down in a relationship,
yeah, that's what
being
I was gonna
tied down in a
ask.
Doesn't
marriage.
make it
As a
different.
man, they want to get some. They want some milk and cookies. Go out and get some milk and cookies. Go back home.
Yeah, so
You
that's what I
still
was
made
gonna
a
ask. So
commitment.
for that type of man that has
Oh,
that
you bring it back
mentality
to
that
being
doesn't want a
confused.
commitment, is he still gonna end up finding little commitments as he goes away because he's gonna want the same milk and cookies, or is he going to really be interested in getting different milk and cookies all the time? And then if he isn't interested in always having different milk and cookie, and he does the same, how is he going to make? How is he going to make sure that girl understands that even though he's being consistent with her and it's feeling like commitment, that he's not committed like that?
There's a
That
lot
makes
of
sense.
women in it. But you have to take into consideration. There's a lot of women, and there's a lot of men out there that just need to get a nut.
Right. And
Sounds
and let's
crazy.
be, but you know what though? It's really not, because guess what? If we really talking, right? If people really want to be honest, right? And we really just being honest, let's be real, especially when you're in a marriage, okay? Now we are married however long, 20 years, 15 years, 25 years, good gosh darn it. And let's say that my husband there's been infidelity in the past. Hell, maybe there was a child in the past that I may have known about, don't know about. But in this 20 to 25 years of our marriage, right? We have established some things, and usually in marriages specifically, that's a business contract. That's not just a love contract. It's not just about feelings and hearts and whether or
Yes.
not you make my heart flutter where you're 18 in. Okay, let's speak realism, okay, as Brother Larry would say. Okay, let's be honest. And so when you are in that long term of a relationship and you guys own property, y'all have investments, okay? Y'all have pensions that you are the recipient of in the event something happens to me before it happens to you. We have life insurance. We have grandchildren, or maybe we don't have grandchildren. Maybe we just have children. I don't know. But if we are that long in, I'm sorry. If we are locked down, tied down, I'm not leaving my marriage.
Will
Right?
and Jada.
Because he went to
That's
go get
Will and
some
Jada.
cake and
Yeah,
ice cream. What are we talking about here?
right.
That's right, Dad.
I'm not understanding what we're saying.
No,
We're
That's
I
not
agree
15 anymore.
wholeheartedly
We're
with
not
that.
15.
That's
We're
why I
not
say
20.
that
We're
you
not.
can't really
We are
just
at an
break
age
up
where we
a
should
marriage
know.
like
You
that.
know what I'm saying? Not in that. This is not specific. I'm not. This is to the panel in general. But like
That's
in
what I'm trying to
my
say about
20s,
that.
I used to think about things like, oh my God, my heart. If you ever cheated on me, da, 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 da. Yeah, because we both didn't have anything. And we also both weren't married. And we didn't put 15, 20 years in, right? But if we're talking about a contract, yeah, man, that conversation different.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, it is.
But
That's
okay, imagine this though, because I feel like, okay, ladies, don't lie. And this is to you ladies, and don't lie. You spent 10 years building up a fund to have the dream home. You find out that he took all the funds that you guys have built up for the past 10 years and it's all gone. And it's all gone on a stripper. Are you leaving?
Girl, when I get finished doing to him, he gonna push me completely out the door. When I get finished, girl, I,
Are
Lord,
you gonna be put in jail? Is the question.
girl, can you imagine that? I don't know why you
That's
put
why
that up.
I say it's different. It depends about loyalty. And that's why I say, yeah, of course, if someone's just getting his rocks knocked off, and it's been a long time and 10 years, and all that would be in consideration. But it depends on the level of respect and loyalty that you're end up throwing away. Now, if we did that and built all that to have and sustain something together, hell yeah, I'm leaving. You have no respect for me. I don't care if it's just money. It's about the respect of you threw all our everything away.
Leave would have been too
I'm
easy
leaving.
for me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm leaving.
Leaving would have been too easy for me.
Well, then that means that you would pick that. That's why I agree with Sakina. I would choose respect over love because guess what? He loves you. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
I think that had he respected what was going on, for example, then he would not have done
Girl,
that.
he ain't love me. He
He
spent my
don't
money.
love you.
That,
Right, he
though,
don't love
He
you.
did not
He
love
watched
me
you
at all
over
if
the
he
10
spent
years.
my
He don't
money.
love you.
but
Like,
Dosey,
He
you know
loved
what?
you.
That
He didn't
also
love you at
speaks
all.
to.
If he loved you, he would have respected you, and he'd have been scared of you. That
Yep.
he'd have lost you. Listen, when I say
Yep.
scared, I don't mean scared like I'm. I'm talking about scared that he's going to lose his relationship and everything that y'all have put together. He would have been feared of that.
Yep.
Not what I'm saying, you're gonna spend my money. Oh my God, I'm gonna set you so pretty.
But and you
Mm.
know what, Freedom? Not only that, to too black, too strong, you took the words out of my mouth. He wrote, "He's a fool, and you better leave his stupid." That took the words out of my mouth because I was going to say, outside of love and respect, that is somebody. That is a gift that you just received. Okay, because I mean, if you spending a whole bag on what? Wait, hold up. No. That's stupidity, right? That's not a high value thinking man. That's not a man with a head on his shoulders. That's not a man who's forward thinking.
That's a
Because
crazy man.
there's a code to any and everything we do in life, right? Especially with the person we're laying down with at night. You don't want to be sleeping with the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
So
Sleeping with the
that's a
enemy.
character problem. That's a
Correct.
character problem.
We're not spending no dollars on no street workers or no sex workers.
But you know what? I wanted to say something to what Dot said. That example you gave of the 20 years and you so invested and he cheats, and how you were saying that you're not just going to throw it away. I agree. But it depends though, because it depends on his attitude. If he's apologetic and I'm sorry, you know what comes with all of that. But if he has the attitude because he knows that we're all intertwined and it's like, well, it
Mm-hmm.
is what it is, what you
Mm-hmm.
gonna do what you gotta do, then I would have to show him, oh nigga, don't get it effed up. We
I
can
can
go through
leave.
the whole, you know what I'm saying? That would make it different. But yeah.
Okay, so I have two-part questions. I'm like, well, how should I ask this question? Okay, because I want to ask another scenario question, but first I want to go for you're staying. You decide to stay. You ain't throwing the relationship away. Are you cheating back?
No.
I am.
Sister, I knew it.
Yeah.
Nisha, what you think? Would you?
Nah, first of all, I'm leaving. But if I had to stay, so she making me stay now. So now I got to stay. And would I cheat? Nah, I'm not a cheater. So
I'm
no.
not either, but he was gonna turn me into one.
But that's not gonna make me feel no, because that's something that has to do with yourself. So nobody can make me cheat on them regardless of what they do. I'm gonna just be out.
Yep.
Miss Nicole?
I'm probably gonna be out because ain't nobody gonna play me, and I'm gonna take him to the bank for everything.
Okay. After I beat him.
Dots?
Where Dot's at? Girl,
Oh,
I'm
you
hurt.
all got quiet. Okay, and then the next question, I was like, okay,
Well,
so
that was my answer. Okay, go ahead. Next question.
I feel you.
Yeah, what y'all talking
Absolutely,
about?
every word that you said, Dots.
Yeah.
100. I felt that 100%. Now, okay,
Okay.
so now it's a fatal
And he spent my
attraction.
money dancing there. That was hard.
She has gotten into the he cut it off, whatever. She got into the house. She boils the baby's bunny. How are you feeling about being in this situation?
You talking about if a side chick did this?
Yeah, the side chick after they broke it off and you stayed.
So that's like I was saying something before. I know people who's been in situations like that. And I would definitely come after my husband or my boyfriend with that.
Oh
Because now
yeah,
you brought harm to me. You brought harm to me dealing with some side chick. You don't know her mentality and where she's going with
Right.
this. And I've always said, if you want to be with somebody, go with them. Don't put me in a situation. I've had friends in situations where they've gotten hurt because they had no idea that their man was out here sleeping with another woman. One of my girlfriends years ago got jumped with baseball bats by side chicks and her friends. Didn't know her man was out
Wow.
there cheating. That won't be me. So I always tell my man, don't play these games. I'll come out winning, even if I'm in jail.
Yep, absolutely. And I get just what she's saying. Oh,
See, that's the problem. I think men have an issue with really being honest about what they really want. It seems like it's a problem to say that I want you and her. I think that if you go into a situation or relationship stating this is what I want, period. And if she can't oblige, then you move on. But he don't want to lose that, so now it's games being played.
Yeah.
So honesty is really the and then here go men. Oh, but you can't handle the truth. No, some women can, but y'all don't give us the opportunity to make that choice. You
Yeah.
want to make the choice for us.
I agree.
If she was bringing me lunch on my breaks and paid my car note, she my sister wife. Like we a team, and whatever we do, I'm bring her lunch and I ain't paying her car note, but I'll take her to Cheesecake Factory or Red Lobster.
But do y'all think that a part of that have a lot to do with the man? Because if you a man and you have a main chick at home and you have a side chick, you're supposed to be regulating it a certain type of way, or you shouldn't be doing it if you can, because your chick at home should not be hearing your phone ringing and all this stuff because your side chick should know, oh, he in the crib right now. I ain't about to call. Or
Right.
oh, it's this time. So you should be having it a certain type of way. And a lot of guys don't know what they're doing, and that's why, it don't work.
Well,
absolutely.
I think it's that
I
they're
agree with
trying to please whoever they're with. Like a lot of times they could go and they could be with someone that wants what they want and everything, but a lot of times I think with men, and not just with the poly or side chicks or anything, but even with the type of women that they look for, it's always like they are attracted first, they fall first, and then they want to change her and like make her into something, and then they
right.
end up stuck to be like, oh well, I wanted this, so I'm just gonna go and get it, instead of getting someone up front and being up front and then letting her choose. They want to take away the girl that they like choice. That's why you see a lot of them complaining, about how women dress and how they go out or their hair and all this other stuff, but they get with those women because they think like at some point they'll be able to change them, especially if they're really pretty, all this other stuff. I'll get her where she's comfortable in her own hair. I'll get her where she's not wearing those type of clothes, instead of going for the person that is more aligned with them from the jump.
I'm agreeing with Nisha though. You don't know what she, but at least let me have the opportunity to make my decision whether I want to deal with it or not. A lot of these men don't even put it out there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They don't put it out there. They just cheat. And then when they get hurt, they be wondering how they got hurt. It because that woman might say, "Oh, this he just been playing me." Okay, well, let me. As a woman, her thing that she gonna put on you is gonna be probably worse than what you thought she was gonna put on her when she knock on that door, and your woman come to that door and she tell her what she gotta tell her.
Well, think about it like this, too black, too strong. That's the trick. You waited for me to fall in love with you, and then you were like, oh, and
Yeah,
by the way, I
right.
want someone else. What we're saying is be open from the jump, but you
In the
don't
game.
want to because you want to take away her choice. You want her to fall for you first, and then be like, okay, well, now that you fell for me, I want to tell you all the stuff I'm into. And we're saying do it from the beginning. If you lose her, then it's just not meant to be with her. But a lot of times I think men, they see the girl that they want and
Hello.
You cut out.
Don't see your phone. Excuse me. The computer stopped. I don't know. I don't know what happened.
But to black too, what's his name? Too black, too strong. But believe it or not, that can actually happen during a relationship after y'all already in love, and it could go different than what you think. It depends on the type of man and how he bring it to you and how he swing it. See, I come from Islam, so I know men who set their wives down and said that literally, I love you, but I want to take on another wife.
I want to take on another wife, and they could do it 4 times. I'm with you, Sakina. I know. And
Well,
if you don't,
I
if
think
you don't
it's
do things, if you don't do things the way they think you should be doing it, they could take on another wife.
yeah, and I was going to say that, Sister Freedom. I think that's a horrible approach, and I think
Yeah,
Sakina's approach is much better. I love you. I want to take over another wife, other than being like, "Well, you ain't performing your duties as I
but
expected,
that
so
would be the
I need
reason
to
why
get
they
another
doing
one."
it.
No,
That would
that's
be
not
the reason.
true. That they could have always, and that's where we say and come at the
No,
beginning.
most Muslim
Always
men tell you from the beginning whether they want to, if they want to have more than one wife.
the wife, exactly.
Most of the time they tell you that from the beginning. But just think you get into an Islamic relationship, right? And you think it's just you and him. Y'all gonna sit down with your wali and imam, all of that. And then after a while, he get tired of you and he want another wife. Or he don't like what you're doing because you didn't wear your niqab, or some old weird mess. And then, he want another wife. I don't like that. I've been through that before too. And my one of my candelabras that went with my set, it's only 2 left. I keeps it 100. The other one's broke.
Yeah, polygamy can't work for me because I'm
It
too
don't work
invested. I
for me.
put too much money, too much. It's too much. It
Time,
won't work.
everything. I'm not with it.
Mm-mm.
oh
I
no, I'm
still,
all for
I
it.
still,
I'm all
I'm
for it.
gonna knock you upside your head.
I'm looking for a sister wife right now.
I think it's beautiful,
Yeah,
but
I think it is, but it's hard. It's
But it's
we're
not for
all in
everybody. It's
relationships,
not for everybody.
and I think it's
All
because
like my stuff to me.
there's
That's
more
all.
of the women to the men. So when it's the women that are down for poly, usually we're all in relationships. We all meet each other. They're already in a relationship and they're looking for someone to bring in. But what I find is that it's much easier, and this is just my opinion, it's much easier for guys to cheat. Like even if they say, oh, my wife knows or my girl knows, they're like, oh, I don't believe you. And then it's like, oh, you can talk to her, all this other stuff. And then they're like, no, it just isn't for me and stuff like that. But it would be, a difference if they're like, oh, your wife don't know. It's like a thrill.
Well,
Nisha,
one of my girlfriends got into a polygamous relationship, and they ended up living in the house together, and then he ended up cheating on both of them. So how that works?
Nisha, I wanted to ask you: are you looking for a woman to come into your relationship, or are you looking to go in to
No,
somebody else's relationship?
no, I'm not looking for it. No, it's our no. I'm looking for a woman to come into our relationship.
Okay.
Mm,
Hmm.
I can't.
Have you guys seen this video? It's gone viral times 1,000. Um, Has anybody seen this?
I don't think I've seen this one. No, I don't know.
Okay. So this ties into what we were just talking about, right? Like, what do? You're in this relationship, right? And you find out that your husband has stepped out with somebody younger, right? And there's more to the story. So I'm not going to give away the goods. And I don't know how many of y'all in the chat have seen this, but tell me what y'all think, okay? Here we go. And this is from, okay.
His corporate job. I thought he was working anyway. Told me he had a speaking engagement in Europe. So I wanted to make sure that I had dinner and everything ready for him by the time he got home. So I called the airline. So I knew the flight number, and I was driving, so I couldn't, type it in my computer, because usually if you just type a flight number in, it'll just pop up what time the flight's going to land. So I had to call the airline that day. And when I asked the flight attendant, or not the flight attendant, I'm sorry, but the representative, what time that flight came in, he asked for my husband's name. And I was like, you don't need his name. I was like, just give me the flight information. If I typed it in, I just need the flight information. You don't need his name. So he was adamant about me giving the name. So I gave him the name. He comes back a few minutes later and he says, Mr. Such and Such and Miss what's her name landed 20 minutes ago. So I'm in shock, because I've been married 25, 26 years, and I'm thinking I'm just married to this upstanding citizen. So I said, no, just his name. I don't know who that other person is, but just his name. And the guy states again, he was like, Mr. Such and Such and Miss what's her name just landed a few minutes ago, like 20 minutes ago. So I'm sitting in the Kroger parking lot like, what does this mean? I'm in a state of shock, actually. So my head is spinning by this time. My blood pressure's going up. And I'm like, what does this mean? So I'm like, okay. So right after that, my husband calls. And I was trying to hold it in and trying to hold what I was feeling in. So I was like, I'm not going to say anything right now. I'm going to wait till he gets to the house. Because he was like, oh, I missed you. It's been a long, long week. It's the hardest money I ever earned. But I wish you could have gone with me. And I was like, okay, well, you can tell me about your trip when you get home. So, okay, stand by, y'all, for the rest.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
first let's
Bree,
get into
hold
how
on.
beautiful
I'm gonna
Gail
speak up
is.
in a second.
She looks like
Down working, and we were just so busy and on the go. We were just going to and fro. So I was like, oh, okay. So we go to have dinner. I was like, hey, I called the airlines to see what time your flight was getting in. And I said, they told me there was someone else on your itinerary. And I tell him the person's name. And he was like, who was that? And I was like, I don't know. You tell me. He was like, oh, I don't know who that is. And he was like, he said, they must have made a mistake. So I was like, well, okay. So I went along with it, but something about it, my spirit just was not feeling right. So I was like, something about this is just not right. So that night when we go to bed, he's sleeping over there, just snoring. I'm over there tossing and turning, because I was like, something about this just does not feel right. So something tells me in the morning when you get up, go check your credit card bills that are on the counter. So the credit card bills are all stacked up out on our kitchen counter, and I don't open them because I don't pay the bill. I mean, it's American Express bill each month. They be high. So I was like, I ain't got none on it. So no need for me to open them. But that was my account, and I added him to it years ago. And I just let him open it, open the bill and pay it. And there was sometimes I would open it, but most times I would just look at my portion of it and just keep it moving. So that morning when I get,
that's a strong woman to be.
Hold on. Let me speed it up. Here we go to part 3, I think. Here we go.
Eve, because he had to catch up on work and all that kind of stuff later on in the day. So I was like, okay. So I go to church, and when I come back from church, I get ready to go to the Falcon game. But something was like, check one of those credit card bills before you go. When I opened up that bill, the woman that the airline employee mentioned that was on his itinerary, her name was up and down my credit card bill. Flights here, flights there, flights to Paris, Delta vacations, a country here, an island there, something. And this was in 1 month. So I'm sitting there like, what in the world? So by this time, y'all, I'm steaming, and I got to go to this Falcon game with my girlfriends and try to act like I'm having a good time. But the whole time, my mind is racing. So that night,
Damn.
I stack up all those bills. I got bills for like 8 months worth of bills. Actually, that was October. So 10 months. I pulled from December of 21 to October of 22. And when I tell you, it was very telling. This woman's name was on every one of my bills for each of those months, several times. So while I thought he was out working and telling me that I couldn't travel with him because, he didn't want to get distracted. Oh, he had a travel mate, all right. He had one.
You better show
Months on my
Bernadine.
credit card bills for the
'cause
last
that's
10
what's
months
happening.
specifically.
Bernadine is definitely happening. All of y'all. Lisa,
So
I'm
at
Lisa
that time, I try to call his phone, call my husband's phone and text him. No answer, no text back. So I called his boy's house because he told me he was going to his boy's house to watch football. No answer from him. So I texted him and was like, hey, is he with you? No answer back. Then all of a sudden, here come my phone ringing. It's my husband. Like, oh, I ran out to get something to eat. Like, what's up? And I was like, oh, you know what's up? I said, and I started repeating the girl's name. And he was like, why you keep saying that name? And I was like, I kept saying the name. So he was like, well, I don't understand why you keep calling the name. And I was like, oh, yeah. I said, your gig is up. I was like, you nasty motherfucker. I was like, your gig is up. So he was like, I don't know what's going on. I'm on my way home. I was like, bring your ass on home. I was like, come home. Because by this time, I'm furious. So I hang up the phone. I'm just like livid, y'all. I promise you. I think my blood pressure was on like 1,000 that day. So he comes in and he come in like all Billy Bad, like, why you keep mentioning that name? And I was like, you tell me.
The nerve of
Okay.
this sucker.
Hold on.
Asking her.
Girl,
She keep saying that woman's name.
Yeah, this is crazy, y'all, right? Here we go.
I said, I'm going to ask you one time. I said, no, I know the truth. I was like, was such and such on this flight with you? He was like, no, I don't know why you keep mentioning that name. I don't know who that is. I said, I'm going to ask you one more motherfucking time and know that I know the truth. Don't lie to me. And it was like this mask fell off of him. And he sat down in his chair and he was like, yeah, she was with me. And I was like, okay. I said, so that's your girlfriend? He was like, yeah. I said, well, how long you been with her? He said a couple of years. And I was like, okay. So by this time, I can't hold it together. I mean, I think all I remember doing, I remember crying and I had a really, really bad headache. And all he said to me was, and this was what he says was really kind of like cut me. He was like he was relieved. He was like, at least I ain't got to lie no more. I'm sorry I hurt you, but at least I don't have to lie anymore. So by this time, I'm like, say what now? So I'm screaming, I'm yelling. My son's upstairs. He comes down, goes back up because I was like, everything's fine. But my head is like hurting like really, really bad, guys. So I come back to my bathroom to try to get some medicine. So I was like, let me take my blood pressure. Blood pressure was like 190 over 110 or some crazy shit like that. So I was like, I got to get to a hospital. So.
No comment.
This is crazy.
Y'all don't know how I'm pacing.
I know.
Back and
It's almost
forth.
over.
That happened. I want to know what she ended up doing.
I'm just so sorry that I made you feel this way. Now, didn't really have any compassion in his voice, any of that kind of stuff. So I was like, don't touch me. So I drive myself to the airport. He was like, I'll drive you. I was like, I said, I'll take my chances. I drive myself to the airport. I get there. Blood pressure is off the charts to the point they're like, ma'am, you're about to have a stroke. You got to calm down. And I really couldn't even talk. So they were like,
trying to touch me.
This is crazy.
I would have been like,
hold on. Sorry.
Oh, Lord. Off the charts to the point they're like, ma'am, you're about to have a stroke. You got to calm down. And I really couldn't even talk. So they were like, you got to calm down. So they call my doctor. We get the medicine. They try to get it under control. So I'm there for a couple of hours. So I come home and he's sitting on the couch eating Cheetos. Like, ain't shit happened, right? They comes in like, oh, what they say? And I was like, they said, they got my pressure, kind of down because it went all the way down. As I go see a doctor in the morning. So that night I could not sleep. I cried all night long to the point when I got up that morning, I really couldn't even see. My eyes were so swollen. So I'm tore up, right? So I go out later that morning. He's upstairs. I come upstairs because I slept in another bedroom. He's around here like, you know, like do like, you know, he having a good day and shit. Like, you know, his burdens is light. Mine heavy, but his is light. So I come up and then he's out in our family room, and I was like, look, I said, I don't know. And I'm still in a state of confusion. So I was like, I don't know what happened last night. And I was like, I don't know what I've done wrong. Because by this time I'm blaming myself. I was like, you know I'm getting older, you know, but I try to keep myself up.
Yeah, I'm just she's
you. I don't know what I can do. So I'm taking the blame. And he was like, oh, it's not you. Like, it's not you. So but I'm like, no, like it's gotta be me. He was like, no, you. He's like, you're a good wife. You know, you've been a really good wife. So I was like, well, I'll tell you what. I was like, I'm confused here. I say, so what we need to do, I was like, I think we need to sell the house. Let's move away, try to start over. You go to counseling, I go to counseling, we do some counseling, and we start over. So he was kind of like real smug with it, like, well, if that's what you want, like, yeah, we can do that. So I was like, well, what about her? Are you going to stop seeing her? So he paused for like 20 seconds and kind of tilted his head to the side. He was like, I ain't gonna tell you I'm gonna stop seeing her. And I was like, then you want a divorce. Each day I've gotten stronger. And I think my husband thought that, I don't know what he thought about me or what kind of person I was, but because he knew how I felt about infidelity. And I always used to tell him, you know, hey, if something ever happens, tell me on the front end. Because I'm going to hurt one way or the other, on the front end, on the back end. Just let me know. But don't play me for no fool. So he thought he got boo-boo the fool over here. So I was like, okay. And for Miss Girl that you saw in the video, yeah, she knew about me. He would have her at restaurants, hotels, games, had other women serving me my drinks. They'd feet under my table speaking to me. And he's sleeping with all these women. That is humiliating, y'all. So, you know what? I was like, if you give me shit to taste, I'm going to let you taste it back. These women, that is humiliating, y'all. So, you know what? I was like, if you give me shit to taste, I'm going to let you taste it back. So, to the airport video. Yeah, I was shocked. I was dismayed because that was my first time seeing them. I knew it eventually that I would see them out somewhere. It's Atlanta, and hey, it's a small town. So, it's a big town, but it's a small town too. So I was like, okay, I'm going to try my best to be classy and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes that just don't work. Because when you go in a gutter, when people go gutter with you, and I have to apologize to Michelle Obama. Girl, when you said that, when they go low, we go high, that ain't my motto. Because when they go low, I go lower, I go gutter. I'm going gutter. I'm going to swim down with the rats with your ass. So I was like, okay, yeah. So she knew, and she was on Instagram sending all her little subliminal messages and all of that. Like, yeah, okay, I got you, girl. But y'all, when all this is over, I got a little story to tell about her and the rest of his story too. Our story. It's actually our story. This is my story to tell. So I'll share more with you all, but let me tell you something that's a cautionary tale. If you all want to move on, just say you want to move on, y'all. Because if you fuck around, you definitely going to find out. And just like him, my husband got the 1 and the 2. Be good. Y'all hear from me later. Bye.
Okay, here's the video.
This is where she ran into them at the airport. And the funny thing is,
so that's the husband.
They favor each other.
And
yep,
it
do.
looks like she could be a sister of hers.
Sure do.
So that's him and her. Don't she favor? This is her. This is the mistress. The other woman.
She looks like
and they say that she also was in a marriage for 16 years. So yeah, I'm definitely
crazy. What do y'all think? Let's go around so that everybody we could.
Well, what'd she do?
Okay, so that's part 2. That's part 2. But more stuff has come out about the relationship. Let's go around so that everybody we could.
Well, what'd she do?
Sorry,
okay, so that's part 2. That's part 2. But
Miss Nicole, you have to mute up, baby. There's back chat. There you go. Yeah, there's more that came out. But you said what she do, meaning what did the wife do like to get back? Well, one thing she did was kind of expose the story. The young lady who's the side chick to the husband apparently, is one of those like Instagram, and she does promotions and all that. She did know about the wife, obviously, right? She didn't know, but more came out because the mistress said, well, I don't know why you mad. This is just karma, baby, because 20 plus years ago, that's how you got him to marry you in the first place. So apparently, that's how the mistress kind of started to respond. And then more came out that apparently they were in the process of separating, right? Or that they weren't cohabitating, like in the last year, I guess, when she started to, according to her, do more digging and snooping or whatever. They were on the outs, but they were never divorced. There was never talk about a separation, right? There were issues, but it wasn't as if he had an open pass to go out and just start having relationships on the side. So what do y'all think?
What I think that she should do both of them, beat them both up, and get everything she can get from him. I definitely would beat her ass too, because she knew he was married. So I would wait till she came out of her job place and nair her up real good. And if y'all know what nair is, she ain't got nothing left.
So what do you say to her point? What do you say to the side chick point when she's like, oh well, this is karma, because the receipts show that your husband, your now husband, actually was also married when he met you.
Oh, okay. I ain't hear that part.
I don't know how true that is, but that was, on these YouTube streets. That's what I heard, y'all.
But that's my situation. This ain't yours. You don't get to pay me back. You knew he was married to me. So if that woman didn't whoop my behind for what I did to her, don't mean I'm not gonna whoop your behind for what you did to me.
That part.
Well, I don't care about whooping, but because after she said we can work it out, and he was like, but I'm still gonna be with old girl. This is the only response.
Okay. Okay.
So this is what I think about.
And
I'm with her. I love that idea.
Nah, that's not reality. She just talking because it sound good right now. It sound
Nah. She
it
meant that.
sound
She meant it.
it sound good to say that, but you are that is not an ideal situation, and it's not realistic. It's really not. That's just your clapback because of your feelings. So that's not real.
Shit. Like I think it gets overlooked that it's like, oh, it's feelings, you wouldn't want that, but no, a lot of times we don't do it out of respect for the family, we don't do it out of respect for our husbands and all this other stuff. But like she said, it's not like you don't see other men, it's not like other men don't want to fuck you, like, or excuse me, have sex with you. That's a real thing. It's just you've declined those offers. So if it's one of those things where he's like, oh, we're gonna work it out, but I'm not declining no girl's offer, then that's fine. We're gonna both be taking offers. And it isn't actually unrealistic. I've seen relationships actually work where the dude is doing his thing and she's doing hers, and it's not like she's going crazy. She got one boyfriend, he got one girlfriend, they do with it, they come back together, they're happy, the children are happy, and that's it. But if you're like so deceitful and being like, oh yeah, and I'm so glad I got the side chick and we're all good, and then I'm gonna start having vacations too. I'm gonna start being taken to Paris too, but just not with you.
Wow. See, that wouldn't work for me because number one, I'm only attracted to certain kind of guys and only certain things turn me on. So if a man not all into me, then I'm not interested. So I can't be with a man that can walk away from me knowing that I'm about to go lay down with another man and they okay with that. They don't love me or like me enough to feel stingy about me or a little possessive, then that means I don't mean that much to them. And I can't be in somebody's life in a position of a throwaway or it ain't really about, it ain't that deep. Because no, thank you.
I mean, you were already thrown away. It's a thing. I mean, he says he wants to work it out, but he ain't getting rid of the girl. He don't care about your blood pressure. He don't care about nothing. He said, "Oh no, I'm
Exactly.
mad at
That's
y'all."
why I wouldn't be able to be in that. So I would have to if he that's why I said to when Dots made the statement earlier about having and all being all invested, I said, yeah, I wouldn't just throw away my family if he went to a strip club and slipped up or he had a fling. But if he vested and he on the top like, well, this what it is, and you're gonna have to deal with it. Oh no, nigga, no, I'm not. I'm gonna part my way. I'm not gonna stick around and say, well, you go ahead and do you and I'm going to go ahead and do me, because the reality is doing me is being with one man. So I'm not going to be able to go be with multiple partners because that's not me.
Right. I agree. Yeah, no. And let me clarify. Okay. I'm talking about going out like when Brother Lie was up here and he was talking about going to go get some ice cream. You know what I mean? Like maybe because you got a little okay, I can understand a mistake happened, but not on some consistent, and not only that, that's dangerous. Can you imagine? Like I don't know, especially as grown as I am, right? My house, like no, I'm not coexisting. If you're saying that we're no longer and you're no longer into me, right? You no longer want to maintain our relationship, our marriage, or what have you, then absolutely, that's a different conversation, right? But if in the 25 years you stepped out or what have you, and a mistake has happened, listen, we're too invested. We have too much going on here. We have property. We have, you know what I mean? We're talking big girl and big boy stuff. Okay. But if it's something that's consistent, like this, like their marriage, no, that's a problem. And I don't know how healthy that could ever be if, in fact, and listen, right? Again, 2024, there's a lot of people that have agreements and arrangements with their mate. There's many couples who have been together for 20 plus years and they don't even sleep in the same bedroom anymore, but they're still together, right? Like, for real, So we do know that these things happen. It's just at a point of what you allow. And then think about it. Would you feel okay? So Dulcie, right? So
Mhm.
you were saying that could be a possibility, right? So
No, that's definitely happening. I'm not untying my finances while we have children because she made it seem like she had a son and he didn't seem so
yeah,
old. So I'm not untying all of that. I'm not untangling all that. That's gonna remain the same. It's gonna remain the same, and I'm gonna have a Mac. I'm gonna have mine. I had don't see where yeah, we're gonna raise this child, we're gonna be have this business, we're gonna keep getting money, well, because everything's together. You're gonna be with her, I'm gonna be with the guy, and we're gonna keep going until we can officially untie it and everything good at the end, and like
right. So
we
you're
did
thinking more
everything that
so,
we were supposed to.
yeah, gotcha. Not so much that you're trying to hold on to the relationship because
Yeah.
of the love factor, right?
Exactly. It's
Okay.
the family factor and the business factor and all that
Yeah.
kind of stuff that I'm not just throwing away or giving up after I built it and stuff. Yeah, no. I'm the whole time I'm with whatever, then I'm getting my rocks off. I'm gonna be putting my ducks and gooses and all that stuff in a row.
Mm.
And yeah, it's gonna
Hmm.
be like it is normally. And for me, what may be unrealistic is the saying it. I don't gotta say it.
Mm. Okay.
But she also said in the clip that Dulcie played that don't give me no diseases. So right there, that's why I didn't believe nothing that came out of her mouth. That was just for whatever platform she was on. That was just some BS, because that's a contradiction of what she had just said. So if you gonna do you, but he's supposed to do him, but y'all still that's too messy.
You don't have to get diseases from that. You get tested and all this other stuff if you're going raw, but you don't got to go raw. Like, you don't have to have a boyfriend that you would ever go raw with. It could be a whole situation. Like, you're not trying to be in love with them. You
But why?
just trying to have a good time.
But why would you still have sex with him, knowing that he probably ain't?
I probably wouldn't. I mean,
I
let's
wouldn't.
be honest. He has a girl to have sex with. I probably wouldn't.
Right,
But
right.
why would she say don't? This is my point. Why would she say don't bring her no diseases?
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying for her, and she's like, don't bring no diseases home. Maybe just in case she do want something. She
I don't
goes
even think
to
I would be turned on after that.
Yeah,
Right.
he might not or whatever, but it might be whatever, because there are guys, like I said, I've known it more so of older couples. They've been together for 40 years and then they allowed each other to go out and have other mates. They're like 40 years is a long time to only be with each other, and they do, and they protect themselves and all this other stuff for that. But all I can think of is that she still wanted to have sex with them. I don't know. That's all I could think of. But yeah, for me, we're separate rooms, all this other stuff. We just raised
All that. I'm with Elsie on that. I'm with the lady too. All that. Because I know
I get what Nisha saying. Ain't no point in him still sleeping with me. Like,
it's not no need him. You already got somebody.
Exactly.
But I'm just letting you know that I'm gonna have somebody too. And I really ain't got to tell you. Because you didn't tell me.
Right.
Shoot.
That it, yeah.
You ain't tell me. So why should I tell you? I got too much invested and I still need my bill. I'm not paying. Look, and he always was paying the bills. She said she wasn't paying no bills. She wasn't paying the credit cards or nothing. So I ain't messing that up.
Facts.
Letting you already know, boop. This
Because
is what
it probably combined. That's why I'm saying, like, there's so much combined, and then trying to, I'm gonna take you for this or child support or anything. No, we gonna keep everything the same except that one part. Because I ain't just giving up that. And it depends though too. Like, I get it. People are like, oh, if they're young, you can still go and your child be okay. I know. I'm just gonna go raise them, make sure the kids are graduated, all this other stuff, and then we can be like, okay, now how do we divide these assets? What do we do as far as for what you should go with and what I should go with?
Same
I'm not
money.
gonna be
How I've been living, I'm gonna keep living.
Exactly.
So I'm telling you, I'm taking you to straight dirty. Okay. And I got all the proof with the credit card stuff and all that to prove it. So I'm going to get alimony, child support, all of that. How I'm living, I'm going to keep living. So it's going to make him not like the girl he cheated with. Because I'm going to do you so dirty. And he deserved it.
I also, you have to remember, Sister Freedom, it's different when you combine businesses, the way she said. So if it is one of those things that he cheated on you and you guys don't have a business together, then you can take him for all he's got. But that's where it gets more convoluted when you have a business together. It's not as simple as he committed adultery. Now that messes up the business side of it. The business side is still protected by contracts and whether he cheats or not. So he's still entitled to things. That's why what happened to Wendy Williams. She was taken to the cleaners because at the end of the day, her ex-husband was the producer of the show and always a business partner. So it didn't matter that he cheated on her. She had to pay him for the business side of things. That's why I say I'm not about to start paying alimony because we got to separate the business or anything like that. Hell no. We keeping the business. We keeping it all the same. Everything's going to go the same.
But now he's going to feel like he can straight be very disrespectful, spend the night out the whole nine.
Yeah, and I want you to spend the whole night out. Please go. If ever I'm tired of you, I'm gonna tell you.
She wasn't
go
tired.
Ahead and ever take that laundry with you too, though. Take your laundry. I already did the baby's laundry. Take your laundry with you too. See how much, and like have her start doing the duty part too. If we're sharing the man, we sharing the duties. I already washed my own clothes.
I know that's right. But
You
it
know,
just
I think it's scary out here for real, and I feel bad. Like I'm so. If you look, this is my PSA. If you find, listen, if y'all find somebody, right, who makes like if you find somebody who you feel is your match and whatever, like hold on to that. If you have somebody good next to you, right, and you know that they are a good person, right, they have proved themselves to you through their action, whatever that list for you is, keep them, because this is crazy. This is a hot mess, right? And there is, I mean, listen, there is something to be said. I feel if I was in my 20s, I would be really, 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 really nervous, because these and no slight to none of the younger brethren that's in the chat, but I'm just saying that 20 to 30 kind of mixture, right? I don't know what's going on in that generation. It is a hotmess.com, .net.org. So what I would say is, if you find somebody who's good to you, if you find somebody who is, y'all could build something, hold on to that. Take care of your person. Because really, there's nothing out here that you're missing.
Sure enough, ain't.
But no, that new 20 to 30 polyamory, it's different. They're not even seeking what we're talking about. They're not even seeking to be committed in a relationship. Like, there's more solo polyamory than anything, especially in the younger generations. Some of them want to be married, but they don't want to live in the same house. Like, people are really getting to a point where it's like, if this is what it looks like on the other side, the video that you just played, if that's what it looks like on the other side, then why not we be in a mini lover situation and be on our own? Like, I have my own house, I have my own space, all this other stuff. I can love you from in your space. And surprisingly, it's a lot. Like, being in the polygamy sector with all these poly women, there's a lot of women that are like that.
I don't know. I don't know if it is or
They
not.
don't want to.
Too much competition. Too much.
Well, they don't want to live with the man. They don't want to. They don't want to compete for the man or anything.
I know a lot of Muslim sisters who get in poly relationships and they don't even live in the same houses. I don't know if you've experienced it. I'm Muslima Sakina, but Sakina Muslima, but they don't even like it. The girls be trying to fight them. Like, I've had Muslim sisters come to me, it's like, Robin, these girls are trying to fight me up Chester and all kinds of stuff because they got the same husband. They got kids by the same man. They're always trying to fight them and all that. It's too much
polygamy, but I was talking about like the new form of polyamory. So polyamory just means many lovers. We don't gotta be married. So yeah, in polygamy, definitely, I see most of them. They don't share houses or anything. They have their own house. They're separate. I know some of them that like they don't want to have anything to do with the children or anything. They're like, that's your family.
Okay, wait. So polygamy, Dulcie, wait, say that again. I'm confused now. All right. So
polygamy is when you marry multiple
No.
people?
Polyamory.
Polyamory is then when you just have many lovers. So that's why I said a new trend is solo polyamory or single polyamory, meaning like I will always be solo or single. It will never be a joint venture of it. You do you, I'ma always do me. And a lot of them are wanting to now have their own house, have their own place, even if they're married. They're okay with being like, I could marry one of these people, but you would have to have your own house. I'm gonna have my own house, and I'm a date as I want, and it's always gonna be separate from you.
Yeah, that's that new silly shit.
Wow, that sounds confusing.
Right, to me, it sounds like you're single, so that's where I was confused. But I guess it's if you want to get married too and be single,
like the polyamory,
right? If you want to be single and in a relationship at the same time, I was always like, what? How does that work? But I've always been like that. But that is the new trend, and that's what I was saying of the younger generations. As polyamory and open relationships are opened up, it's a lot different. It's a lot different than the polygyny and the polygamy sector. Most young girls I know, because my husband tries to date and stuff, and most of them are like, oh yeah, like I'm fine with that as long as I can date someone too, or I don't want to be in this unless I can date.
Okay, well, goodbye.
Right.
Not what we doing.
That's not gonna work. Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Right. Well, We might have to take a trip to Texas and see y'all and hang out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot too. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of poly women that are in relationships, especially in Texas. But it's always a thing. They're always the cute ones, the good ones. They're always taken. They're already in a relationship, and it's always like, dang, you're in a relationship, I'm in a relationship. But then that's another thing, a new founded thing that they got going on. And I don't want that either, which is the all four of y'all together.
Yeah, I don't want that either.
Yeah, I don't want that either. That's too much.
Give me old fashioned polygyny, and
Right. And
that's
yeah, don't lie to me, keep it up front or whatever. Yeah, so none of
yeah.
that other stuff will happen. But
And
yeah, I
how
just
y'all
don't
want to do?
like,
Y'all want to do every other night or like every other week? How would y'all do it?
it
How
just
would y'all divide
depends.
your
Yeah,
time?
it just depends on it, but we don't
Pick
always
up.
have to divide time or anything like that. We could be all three together and chilling and all this other stuff, but then also it's just however it pans out. Sometimes
Yeah.
I guess it would be like a vacation. It could be with just the two of them. So that would be a longer thing of back. And then I'm not necessarily like tit for tat, like, oh, she got 5 days, turn around and have me get 5 days. No, it's just however it works out. Also, you have to think about like children being in the situation if you do have children. So um he would need to be managing that and making sure he's in his children and involved with his children consistently. I mean,
Yeah, it's not. I don't like a routine type of thing. That takes away from the whole of it for me. Um, it's whatever. It's just whatever floats our boat at the time. It's not like she get Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and I get no. That don't really make a lot of sense to me. So
But Nisha, let me ask you this: if you do whatever floats the boat at the time, do you fear that it may be a time where you might be floating his boat a little more than her? So now his focus and direction is towards you, and she feels slighted, vice versa. At another time, she could be floating his boat a little more. Now you feel like you lacking now.
no, because I don't have those. I don't have that mindset. That's not how I think about it or how I look at it. So and that also comes with finding that right fit, like the unicorn. Is finding that right person that's gonna fit in so you will never feel slighted.
and you got to understand, being the one that's the first, there's going to be NRE, which is like new relationship energy. It definitely is going to be a thing, like where the optics may look like he's more excited, may look like it's better or anything like that. But I mean, at any given point, like if you're with a guy for 10 years and she just coming in, yeah, it's going to look different, her just coming in the excitement. But once she hits that 10-year mark, it's going to look just like yours relationship. Y'all been together for 10 years. So you have to, what they gain, like what they call compersion, which is just being happy for your partner as they're happy,
Right.
instead of really feeling like their happiness with someone else is taking away their happiness with you. And then you can get to a point where you're talking about things, the dating process is shared and stuff like that, and it's not um like something that you're dreading to come together. Yeah. Wait, he ain't from New York, is he? No, I'm just playing. But I want to say,
No,
real talk,
ma'am. This is from the South. He's from the
with the
South, y'all.
solo polyamory, I wanted to say, I will say with the chicks, they are not expecting the dude to pay all their bills. Far from it. They're paying their own bills. A lot of the women that are polyandrous as well, they don't seek for men to pay their bills, and they don't seek to pay the men bills. They really try to come together, like, and have businesses together and make their own money. So usually if you're looking for a certain kind of poly, you're not looking for someone to pay all your bills.
So listen, y'all. I think it's OTK birthday, y'all.
Yeah, I
You
keep
can put
trying to
it in
get
the
him to hit
chat.
the link.
So OTK, we just want to say happy birthday to you. Please make sure if you haven't subscribed to his channel, Open to Knowledge, please check out our big bro. Y'all know he has always supported Unscrambled Minds. We love you. We adore you. We thank you for your support. Everyone say happy birthday to our big bro, OTK. And so, we're going to do a little 2 Chainz. Isn't 2 Chainz from the South, y'all? So we're going to give a little happy birthday. All right, to OTK. Enjoy your birthday, big bro.
Brother. Happy birthday.
You made it another.
Hey,
A little
and
something just to say happy birthday to our
yes,
big bro,
happy
OTK.
birthday. And stimuli, you don't have to have a big booty hole. You can have a flat one. If
Okay.
that's what you like.
Okay. Have several.
Oh, okay. She don't have to be a hoe then. Okay, this was for the ones that wanted a big booty hole for their birthday. You don't have to want one. No one's forcing it on you.
So relax. It's Friday. Cool.
Right. Like, hey, like a big booty hoe. Who wants that? A lot of guys have.
For real.
I guess we could do the remix. All I want is a godly goddess. No, a hoe doesn't really mean prostitution anymore because a hoe doesn't mean a whore. A whore gets paid. A hoe doesn't necessarily get paid for it. David, we treat women like rocks. We skip the flowers. Only you, David. You're funny.
I'm saying some interesting stuff though. No, put that back up. Put it upstairs.
And well, not anymore though. It's not a pimp word anymore. It started off as a pimp word when you only referred to prostitutes as hoes. But now we're in 2024. There's a lot more than just prostitutes that are called whores. So you have to be specific. A hoe doesn't always mean a prostitute in 2024. Let's be real. Come on now. Now you're just arguing anything. Some guys in the manosphere think if you have more than 4 bodies, you a hoe. And they would prefer their women to be virgins at marriage. Some of them, yeah. Yes, some women are hoes. Some are not. Some are.
It's just
the way they mind frame is not you've been with 3 people, you a hoe.
relationships are hard. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, it don't have to be. It really don't.
Well,
all I want for my birthday is a big booty hoe. Come on now. Come on. All I want for my birthday.
Yeah, that's exactly. And multiple is subjective. So what one person views as multiple as a lot, another person could view it differently. So yeah, a hoe is just someone that's having sex with multiple.
Hey, the birthday boy came back. Okay, OTK. See, we shouted you out
Right,
and
we shouted
everything.
you out. We
Happy
said
birthday,
happy birthday.
OTK.
What's sad about it? You're like, sad? What? We're just telling you what it means. I mean, are you saying it's sad because there's hoes?
No, because he doesn't have he didn't get a big booty hoe. That's why maybe that's why he mad. Maybe if he had a big
He
booty
doesn't.
hoe,
He doesn't want
maybe if
one. He
he's ever
wants a
had an experience
librarian.
with a big booty hoe,
We
it'll be all
got
right.
remind us when it's your birthday. Make sure we say all I want is a librarian.
See, I think that he has that mind frame of like one of those school shooters type. That no, this for real because it's like he or like a damn one of the serial killer types. And I say that because what's the man name that they got the movie Psycho from? What's his name? Which um I can't think of who that man is,
Oh,
but
his name is Stimuli God. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
what I'm
That's
saying
who really is
is
suspect.
his sexualness is really suppressed in how he looks at it. So he looked like his mama used to point his finger at him. Don't you look at that naked woman? Don't see he's not free. He's not free with his body. Not saying that he should be promiscuous, but it's an issue there. Just how he thinks, it's an issue.
Yep, and there's no in between. And some librarians were old hoes, so be careful.
Wow.
What haven't they been in a and aren't they written in every biblical text? Don't they always refer to some form of hoe in the Bible or in many other biblical texts? Don't they refer to like women who have gone astray and
Yeah,
eventually
of the
God
prostitution
chooses
culture that he brought
But if
up.
all
We
was
bring the
supposed to make them
Bible.
look bad.
We bring the Bible into it. Some of the greatest women in the Bible were
right,
prostitutes.
right. Like, what is that about? It's okay. It's okay. Thank you, Similar God. We respect women too. We are women. We respect ourselves. We're just shouting out our bro, giving him a big happy birthday shout out. That's all.
So,
Moving right along.
so a question since it's brought it up: would you advise young girls to remain a virgin until marriage? All around the panel.
I think I would. That's what I did with my girls, whether it worked or not. I don't know, but I tried to. I'm trying now with my granddaughters. My oldest granddaughter.
What about you, Dots? Would you advise young girls to wait until marriage?
Can you come back to me on that question?
Yeah, sure. Nisha, what's up?
Give me a second. Yeah.
No, I would not advise that at all. I wouldn't say at 9 to 10 go and get it in, but I do not want them to get with the first man and marry him and you don't have nothing to compare that to, and it's a whole thing with sex. So no, do not. I would tell my child to be careful but experience life. And with experiences come different sexual experiences. So experience it, be careful, and then when you have certain experiences, you won't get caught up easily. You won't get tricked easily. So it's a whole thing for me. So nah, don't wait till you get married. And you shouldn't even be thinking about marriage no time soon anyway. Live your life. Enjoy this life.
So you said not 9 and 10 to get in. So think about how old should you be for hide and go get it. And now, Sakina, what do you think? Would you tell young girls to wait till they're married?
I don't necessarily say wait for marriage, but I definitely say preserve yourself and wait. Only reason why I say married because that's not everybody's goal to get married. But ideally,
Yeah, definitely wait. It's nothing to rush for. It's not what you think. It ain't gonna be the greatest thing you ever experienced the first time you have it. It actually gets better years later after you have it with experience. So there's no rush. Take your time. You'll be more valuable that way.
What's up, Miss Nicole? What do you think?
It's so interesting because I had this conversation with my 18-year-old niece the other day. She was stressing out over some boy, and I was like, "Look, boys will come and go. They will be around. Don't get yourself all stressed out. Live your life, education, travel the world. Then you'll see the boy next door. Ain't all that appealing. Like, I wouldn't say wait for marriage, but, don't stress yourself out about it. Take your time, just live life,
Right.
experience things, travel. I so encourage young people, travel, travel, leave your block. There's more to the world than your block. When I was young in my 20s and stuff, I always had a weekend bag. I was always out. I travel so much. So I encourage my niece, don't get wrapped up in no boy. You 18 and you got a headache over a boy at 18?
Right.
You're not gonna make it to 51, I told her. Because that's nothing but stress.
Right.
So I would tell these young girls, just live your life, education, travel. Men will come and go. You ain't gotta sleep with everybody, you know, just just live life. Definitely I wouldn't say wait until you get married. I'm not gonna be a hypocrite because I didn't. But you ain't gotta run out there and sleep with everybody. Just enjoy life and definitely don't get wrapped up at a young age. Just don't.
What about
Men
the
will be here
same thing for
forever.
your sons, though? Do y'all feel the same way for your sons as
Same
well, or
thing.
young
Yeah,
boys?
I would say so.
Same
I
thing.
would say that it's unrealistic, really, to be like, oh, don't have sex. But I think it's about the principles more so that I'd be teaching. Like, don't, like Nisha said, don't just rush into something or feel like you have to or anything or be in regret. I'd rather you really think things through, know what you're doing. Don't rush for the first guy or anything like that just because you want to get a feeling. Like, go into, the power that you have, the power that he has, and really be like, you need to understand it. And you need to understand your own body before you're giving your body away.
Sister Freedom, with you having daughters, how was you when your daughters wanted to see? I don't know if y'all did the whole practice in Islam thing where you didn't allow boyfriends
No,
and things,
I
but
didn't
if
allow
you
my
did,
boyfriend though, just from my
you
upbringing.
didn't.
Because remember, I come from a different time, and but it it was difficult raising two daughters. I'm telling you, because I was young myself. You know what I mean? So the mistakes I made, I didn't want my mamas and Annie to make the same mistake. A mistake. They was going to make mistakes, but I didn't want them to make those mistakes.
Did you let those boys use that back room or that basement to utilize company
Hell
or
no,
no?
hell no.
Hmm.
But here it is. I was wrong because my godson, I raised him to Jabbar. I let him do a lot of stuff I would never let my daughters do. Never. So I was double talk there. I was little. Like I said, I let Jabbar do stuff. If he was on here right now, he'd be like, God, mom. But my daughters, heck no. Mm-mm.
Not promoting the dunya. We're not. We're giving good advice. Like I would say, when I was young, I came from a background that I really needed some form of medicine, like birth control or anything, because I had horrible periods and I needed something for my periods. But like my mom was just like, that's giving you the license to go and have sex. So I'm not doing that and stuff like
Mm-mm.
that. And I'm
I'm not
just
doing
like,
that.
I wouldn't do that to my child. I'm not just saying it's horrible. My mom was horrible or anything. I'm just saying I would just rather trust my child and get them what they need because they're hurting than just be like, oh well, I gotta think about this or that. Like, but my mom came from a particular time where a boy kissed her and she thought she was pregnant when she wasn't having her period after being kissed. That's because that's what the time period was. No one explained periods, no one explained the body, no one explained how it works. And I think that's something that it ends up being a mystical thing that pushes younger people to want to figure it out and want to find out, because usually the elders are so secretive. It's such a taboo subject. Like, oh, don't talk about sex. Don't talk about what to do or what's being done or anything like that. And I feel like if you're just more open and was like, yeah, this is what it is, but it gives this. Look at super gonorrhea. Look at chlamydia. Like, I just feel like that's the better answer, to be like making sure your child is overly educated than trying to hide it from them and being like, as long as I hide it, it won't come up.
Do y'all feel that little girls, well, teenage girls should get abortions if it happens, though?
Me personally, no. But I guess, well, I would say me personally, no.
What about the rest of y'all, as far as abortions for teenage girls?
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut on that one because I don't want my kid to have no child at no teenage ages.
What do you think about adoption, or would you wouldn't want to give up the baby? I was asking you, Sister Freedom, because you said you wouldn't want him to have a baby young. Would adoption be an option for you?
Oh,
If
I'm sorry.
adoption.
No, at young age, no. Women say it. Ask the question again, Dulcie, because maybe I
Yeah,
rearranged.
instead of like an abortion, would it be an option for you for them to just give up the baby for adoption to a couple that couldn't have a
No, I
baby?
wouldn't let my child have no baby. I'm sorry.
Okay, I understand. Miss Nicole.
Well, I guess I would say, in my family, we've had babies young. So, I'm not saying I would encourage it, but I'm not running nobody to an abortion clinic. We take care of all our kids in my family. It is what it is. That's the type of family I come from. Bunch of nieces and nephew. We take care of everybody. So, and we don't encourage anybody to run to abortion clinic. That's just it.
Hmm. I agree. I wouldn't well, I'm an old mom. I had my children late. So if my daughter was to have a child early, I would take care of the child so that my child would still have a childhood and be able to live. However, that's not to say that I don't support abortion, because if I got pregnant today, hey. So but no, I probably, because I'm in a position where if my child did get pregnant, we be okay. She'll be okay. She'll be able to graduate high school, go to college if she wants. She can go to the damn military if she want, because the child gonna be okay. But I just was wondering what y'all thought about that.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I would not suggest an abortion. We gonna figure it out. That's just how it is. We gonna make it work, regardless of the age or what have you, or even the circumstance that happened. Nah, the abortion clinic would not be the first option for me.
And I do want to say too, because I do want to take in kids, because it's so much harder for kids to be adopted a lot of the time. So that's why a lot of them end up in foster homes. And I would want to make sure I have like good foster home alternative for kids. But a baby is adopted very quickly a lot of times because people want the baby and to be able to raise the baby. And now there's like a lot more open adoptions, where it's like the biological mother can still be in the life, especially if she's young and all this other stuff. So it's not like you're completely like you just giving up your baby and you never see it again. They they will still be keeping open communication, let you know what's going on, sharing pictures, meeting up with you, and different things like that. Um, one of my nieces for a temporary situation. She had to do that as far as it, and she's still friends with those the parents to the foster parents to this day, and they look out for
Yeah,
the kids.
I think adoption is honorable and I think it's decent, even the fostering. I would do it if I didn't have biological children, I would adopt. But with me having biological children, I can't see myself adopting because when you adopt children or and foster kids, you bring in a lot of sometimes you can bring in a lot of problems that the children have from the traumas that they went through for the reason they need to be adopted, or it could just be genetic, and I just don't want to risk putting my children in harm's way or being, influenced. But if I didn't have children, I would definitely take in needy children.
Yeah, I definitely can understand that too. And I think with biological children, it's important to possibly not have it at a certain age, either have them young where they're all raised together or make sure they're teens and they can express anything so you know what's
Happy
happening.
Black History Month, you bunch of niggers, you filthy ass niggers. Fuck George Floyd, kill.
Oh, he came over
Wow.
here too?
He came over to yours?
Mm-hmm. Like a little weird prank call type deal.
Oh, yeah. So he, I guess, did this to OTKs and them because they're alive. What a weird thing. People are weird.
No, that wasn't weird. That was nasty as fuck.
It was nasty, but it's also weird because you're cussing out black people as you're getting shot in the head. Like, what? I mean, how is that even scary? You just were shot in the head. Like, that's what we would do to you. Like, I don't get it. I don't get the whole point.
Yeah, I was about to ask him, I should have did or something.
Boy,
What was the goal in that?
It was to troll, and if we give it too much more attention, then
Exactly.
let's
It was
keep on.
successful.
We need to keep on with the conversation.
Right.
Like, let's continue on. So I have a question for y'all. Do you think that nature? So the nature versus nurture argument, right? So, do you think that nature has in the overall development of a child, right? So, do you think that nature has more impact or nurture? Nature meaning environmental, outside factors, how they grew up, or do you think that no, nature is the biological, right? It's
Yeah, nature is biological, nurture
stars,
but I would say I would want
nurture.
more context because what are we talking about with the development of what of the kid or
Like
just
how
overall how they
you
become?
yes, like how the overall impact, right, on the development of a person. Do you think that nature has more of an impact or the nurture?
I
And
say nurture.
Yeah.
nurture.
I would say nurture also.
Nurture.
Interesting.
I gotta pick one. I can't say both.
You gotta pick one, Dulcie. Pick one.
Mm, I don't know. This is hard. You answer first, Sister Freedom.
I don't know if freedom, you here?
She's asleep.
Yeah, she probably is asleep. Well, I guess I'll be different because I guess why I'm turned on it is because I definitely understand the impact that nurture has, your demographics, how you're raised, or anything. But I often come to a point too where I'm like nature because there's certain people that aren't raised to be a certain way and they just become it because it's passed down like those people that didn't even know their dad and they end up becoming their dad just because that's how strong nature is. I'm just like, is that stronger than nurture? Like, is the part that you can alcoholism can be passed down from generation to generation to generation, and they don't even have to know each other for it to be passed down.
Yeah. If no one else, if everyone said nurture, I was gonna, also bring in that piece too, right? Because there is something to that. Things are passed down, things are inherited. And that's why, back in the day, especially, and even now, with many different cultures across, around the world, where they do arrange marriages, right? For that reason, right? Or it's important for them to know the family of their child, right? Like, so if this person is going to be my son-in-law or daughter-in-law, for example, I need to know what's going on in that family line, because things do get passed down. Okay. That
Exactly.
sometimes I don't care how great you're raised, it just might not work because you're 23 chromosomes of mama and 23 chromosomes of your papa.
And I don't think we factor that in a lot of times, especially when you like someone or you're trauma bonding or anything like that. It's like, oh, well, how much of this person, just because they're charismatic and you like them and all this other stuff, what about the bad habits that could be passed down? And you're like, oh, I'll work with them, but you have to be like, oh, my kids can end up like this too.
Mm-hmm.
And I
So
think
let
a
me
lot of
ask you a
people
question.
think
Do
that.
y'all think that behaviors, because I know things are passed down. Like you can have schizophrenia or bipolar or certain things in your family that's genetic that may be passed down. But if your dad was lazy and you weren't raised by your father to be influenced and seeing his laziness, I don't think that you're going to inherit laziness. If that's why I would say nurturing over nature, because I don't believe behaviors are passed down, behaviors are learned. So that's a little different to me.
Well, I can see it from the point, but to an extent, behaviors can be genetic as well. Behaviors are passed down, so it may not be like he's lazy all per se, but let's see of the reasons why the dad is lazy. The dad could be lazy because they struggle with procrastination. They struggle with different things psychologically, and those psychological issues can be passed down father to child, even with the father not in the picture. So they could be like, I don't know, I just struggle. I'm just struggling in school, and the one that's the parent that's left or whoever they're with is like, why can't you do this? Or you're just like your dad, just go on anything, and they're not even seeing like the other parts that could be passed down genetically that is influencing the behavior. And I think that's where we get caught up with, is because we don't really focus on the chemicals. We don't focus on the imbalances, when we really all have imbalances that are passed down. Like, I think there's a lot of disorders, especially in the Black community, that are passed down and just undiagnosed. That's just my belief.
Right, because therapy is bad. Going to a doctor is bad. It's crazy. Nothing wrong with my child. They fine.
Yeah. They'll be okay. Oh, you can't read that. You better read it. Or I'm gonna get this belt. I'm gonna get that switch. You better
Right.
figure out how to read it. Like,
Right.
like, okay, maybe it's not. Or them, how they used to be like ADHD wasn't a thing, autism wasn't a thing. They're like, oh, these are recent phenomenons. No, they were just going undiagnosed before.
Yeah, I think that's a thin line though sometimes with Sanea, because sometimes it's easy to accept certain things versus challenging them. And I didn't accept certain things with my son when he was younger. Hold on. Go back upstairs. No. All right, I'll give you a snack upstairs. I'm sorry. I challenge
Can you
certain
give
things.
the example? Because I guess, like, I understand having discipline or anything, but like if you are
I'll
having
give
your
you an
child, for instance,
example.
and they're really struggling with reading, and you feel like they're reading on a way lower level than they should, like the part of us that wasn't like, oh, let me see if my child is dyslexic, versus like, let me beat them into reading this how they should, and be
An
like, it's a damn
example
shame
would
they're not
be example would be when my son was younger, right? Loud noises used to bother him. So my mom had spoke to her friend, and her friend was like, "Oh, you know that's a sign of um the being on the spectrum of autism or something like that." So I said, "Well, before y'all go there, let me get my son hearing checked and see if it's a problem with his ears." And then it's no problem with his ears. It's no problem with his hearing. He just had it was more of a, to me, it was him being in control. Mommy, turn it down. Da, 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 da. No, you're not in control. I'm going to play the music, and I will continue to play the music loud. Now he doesn't have a problem. But I feel like if I would have gave in and kept turn it down, he don't like loud sounds and da, 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 he would have played into that. And then would have been diagnosed based on it. Because there's no real diagnosis for these things. It's not like it's a blood test. They base it on behaviors. So if I submit to these and then go to the doctors and say, yes, he does this, he does that, he does that, they're going to say, okay, he has this.
Well,
I think
Sakina,
it
you have a point though, because I've always said, like, I really do feel this way. I feel like we are all on the autistic spectrum if you really want to talk about it.
Yeah.
I
We are.
mean, for real. I mean, and to some point, you are correct. And I know one thing. I know that children who are autistic, they are highly intelligent, like
My
high
son.
processing, comprehend. I mean, you know what I mean? It's amazing in terms of how they process and the things that they take to. It's a level of intelligence. So kudos to you more than anything, right? For not just necessarily saying, "Oh, something must be wrong," right? Per se, it could also just be something that I need to fix. You checked his hearing, you did all the right things, but truthfully, we are all on a spectrum. That's how I feel.
Yeah, that's a fact. And then I was gonna say it depends too, because yeah, I agree with you. Seeing one thing and him like being like, "Mommy, turn the music down," and stuff like that, and then you understanding that is kind of different than like when you're seeing the different things and combining it and all this other stuff. Like my child has sensory issues, and sometimes like he doesn't mind the music and everything, his music being up loud, but he has a real thing around like loud people, and that freaks him out. Where if there's too many people and it's too loud, his thing is to escape, go back, go get your car seat and go into the car. I don't want to leave the car, type of thing. So it's like comfort and different things, but you'll know like how, like, if everybody's on the spectrum, you'll know how far you're on the spectrum based on more than just one thing. Like, oh, them just being like, "Mommy, I don't want hearing," and be like, "Oh, that's autism." Like, no, what else? Like, what else are you putting together to be like,
So,
okay?
Dulcinea, like with your son, so with that, do you, in that situation, do you cater to that and shield him from crowded places and loud people? Or do you take him there and comfort him in those situations to try to make him see you're safe, you're with mommy, it's okay, to try to make him
Exactly.
become
The
okay?
latter, like do things to comfort him, have his comforts. For a while it was like he was probably in a stroller for longer, but we had like a more high tech stroller. I would say he was in till 3.5, 4, because it was just comforting for him to be like, okay, I'm not gonna walk. But now we're like, hey, no, you're gonna come walk and it's gonna be fine. But yeah, definitely we do things for comfort. If it's really loud, we have those like ear headphones, not necessarily the ones that play music or anything, but just that cover the loud sounds that are super loud. Like one time we wanted to take him to the monster truck. So he loves trucks, but it was super loud, and he got inside and he was already like, "No, I want to be outside." But then he doesn't like things getting over his ear. But then as soon as we put it over his ears, he was like, "Oh, that's better." And then we were able to go and see it, and he loved it after that point. So yeah, definitely you cannot with an autistic be like, okay, well, it's just you get to run from everything, or like, oh, it's sensory, then I'm never going to do it. You really want to be like comfort them into understanding, so later on that's going to help them with adjusting to the world, because they're not going to always be able to choose, like, like Sakina, like you're saying, and like, oh, I don't want to be around all these people. And to your point, Dots, I know some autistic people that are super smart computer engineers now, and they'll do stuff like when they have sensory issues, like sometimes they'll have to go into the break room and sit Indian style by themselves in a corner and all this other stuff. And they were like, yeah, I just got overwhelmed with issues. But then after that, they relax themselves and then go. So it's about comforting them while they're young and then having it where they can learn and maintain their own comforts in situations that are overwhelming. But my son is nonverbal, so he's further on the spectrum. But there is still a thing like where it's like a basis of forced or not, because he'll say a word or two and then he just won't say anything else. So, it's a process.
Mm.
Yeah, we all a little crazy.
And that's what they say.
I did feel bad for this little boy. I don't know if y'all heard the one that killed his mom over a Game Boy or something that she tried to take away from him. And
I
it's
think I
like
heard something about that.
situations like that where she was going to the doctor and they didn't make us privy of what the doctor was saying, but the doctor was saying that he did need help prior to that point. But it was all this prolonging, no, not my son. And then it gets to a point where he can't even manage his emotions enough where he just didn't understand. If he shot you right then, that's it, you're gone, or the repercussions of that. Because I truly believe it's not just all, oh, he was evil and he had the devil in him. No, he didn't know how to properly manage his emotions and was doing it incorrectly because whatever challenges or imbalances, and those were never addressed. And then he was playing games like shooter games, all this other stuff, and was like, boom, I can shoot, or it I don't understand the gravity that will happen from shooting this gun at my mom.
Well, where you get a gun from?
I think it was hers. It was in the house. Then that's another thing, making sure it's like completely like how getting access to it. But it is a sad situation.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was hers or the grandma's because I think she was there as well. But there was a lot of the family members as well that were pushing her and being like, he needs help.
Yeah, that's sad.
Well, off of that, let's go back. I know we've gone all over the place, but let's, I guess, get on topic. So, what do you guys define as a boss chick? And I know Dots, you a boss chick. Nisha, you're a boss chick. We're all bosses in our own ways. But what do you guys see as far as like, or how would you define it of being a boss chick?
I can go first with that one. When
Oh,
you
you
are,
I
huh?
said you woke now.
Okay.
Right.
When you taking care of yourself, oh, you a boss chick because you know you're not asking nobody for this, that, and another. You own you're a go getter. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I see a boss bitch. Excuse me, chick is. She's independent. She takes care of the business. I'm done.
Dots.
Um. Ooh. So yeah, no. Okay. So all the like normal tickers, right? Like, okay, I think of someone who's a boss would mean someone. Yes, I agree. Freedom, that's independent. But then I also think about just more so like the personality and the characteristics, right? Like that demonstrates forward thinking. That demonstrates an ability to strategize, right?
Mhm.
A boss chick is someone that has the ability to have interpersonal communication skills, right? That can code switch, right? I think a boss chick is someone that's solid and stays consistent, right? To her morals, values, or what have you. I think it's someone who's confident, right? Who exudes confidence, and confidence does not mean being egotistical, because I think that's two very different things. And having an ego can be a good thing. There's nothing wrong, but confidence is an energy, it's a swag, right? It's a presence. It's captivating, you know? And so that's what I think of when I say think of boss chicks, you know? Just solid, good, you know, just beautiful women. Yeah.
Lord, David. Nisha?
I guess I don't really, I'm so me. Oh God. I don't really use that terminology ever, except for, the song by Mac on Shell Shock CD, with Mia X. But I don't really use that terminology, so but if I had to, I would say that I, I don't know. I don't know. Just somebody who takes care of what they need to take care of by any means necessary. You're not going to find them um, in a situation where they can't get themselves out of. That comes that goes through the fire and keep pushing. That I mean, and that's pretty much all I can say. I guess I just don't really. I guess I don't really like that terminology too much. So I really, it is what it is. I'm done.
Sakina?
I think a boss chick is a woman who knows who she is, knows what she wants in life, and she goes after it, whether it be a career, whether it be a housewife. She handles her responsibilities, and she does it with confidence, and that's what makes her a boss. She's in charge of her destiny and her life, and she lives it to the fullest.
Miss Nicole?
I would say independent, control of her own life. I would also say person who's strong, confident, but also humble. A person that people somewhat look up to, maybe even a leader, shows those type of qualities. Um, but definitely in control of her life. I think that's very important. And that's being a boss, her own boss, pretty much.
Right. Agreed. And but I would say, and I thought this was a good point because I think a lot of times with boss chicks, which I don't use the term or anything, but I don't see it different than when they talk about the proverbs virtuous woman or just a good woman or anything like that. A lot of times you don't talk about the influence that woman has on the community, and people just try to say it like a woman's role is just minute and in the background or anything, but there's been so much influence in the communities by women, and those women are bosses. It's about that influence that you're going to have on the group to build or go to the next step, and that makes you a boss or virtuous or whatever term you want to use. What were masculine traits, David? Let us know in the chat.
David need to go and read his Bible.
Facts. Well,
Do y'all prefer?
Stimuli already left for Bible study. David, I think you missed him because he was so disappointed earlier. He's like, "Let me go get the Bible and the Quran, man. I need Fajr. It ain't even ready. I need all my salat. Oh, there you go. Sorry, women my age don't use the term, so I don't know. It's not
Okay,
coming.
so I have a question. Are you more attracted to introverts or extroverts?
Oh, that's a good question.
As that is a good question. I would I always want to be like a combination of both, but no, I guess it's extroverts. I'd even say like most of the introverts I like that may be introverted at times, they're pretty extroverted when it comes to being social and out and in a group. So I like that you're able to hold a conversation, be out in the group, and not be like awkward because you just want to be home. But I also like sometimes just that would like to be home and you don't want to go out, and I can use you as an excuse to be introverted myself. I don't know. It's complicated.
Okay. Okay. What about you, ladies?
I
Introverts or extroverts?
well since I'm introverted, and I married an extrovert. I think that was a mistake, but I think I like more so introverted people myself. If y'all like when it gets to, and I think that's my form of me being on the spectrum too. Like if y'all notice, like normally if we cam up and then it gets too crazy, I shut my camera off. And I realized that about myself that I do that. Because just by me watching some of the old shows, and I'll see like if it gets too much, I'll shut my camera off and I go lay down. It's too much for me. So, and I don't like a lot. I don't like a lot of rowdiness in my space. So I like more so introverted people also. I like chill. I'm very chill and laid back, and that's what I like around me.
Cool laughs. Go ahead, somebody else. Everybody.
You go ahead, Frida.
I said I'm waiting. Go ahead, again. Now you go.
Well, wait a minute, Poo Poo. I'm an introvert, so I would want a person that's more outgoing than me because we would be two bored people in the crib. So I like a person that pulls me out of my bubble. So when we go out and I'm chilling, being sitting at the bar, just chilling, I want somebody like, come on, babe, because then we would be both sitting there looking dumb. So
I'm gonna say this when it come down to me with that. Um, mm, I have to say I agree. I'm gonna just latch on to what Sakini just said because I'm introverted too, whether y'all know it or not. Very, very. So he would have to really. I don't mind going out, but I don't have to like that.
Right.
So I agree with Sakini, so I'm leave it like that.
Mr. Cole?
I'm an extrovert person. So I want a person like me, but they can also flip the switch and we can become introverted people. So that's how I am.
See, I love it, Miss Nicole. That's what I'm saying. Introverted extrovert. It's like you know when to be extroverted, but when you just want to be introverted and not deal with anybody, we can be that as well. Have you ever seen those memes like you're so excited when someone cancels plans, like you went all week like there's going to be plans, and then they're like, oh sorry, they're canceled, and you don't have that feeling of despair. You're like, oh thank God, I don't got to get ready, I don't got to
Hmm.
do all this process. I just go. I wanted to binge watch this TV show I was binge watching anyways. There's just so many times to be like, okay, sometimes you do want to go and be extroverted, but sometimes it's cool to just be in the house chilling.
Yeah, that's me.
David M. All men don't like feminine women. Some men like women that's a little rough around the edges, also. Because if that's the case, then I wouldn't have never been with nobody. So that's not men like that. Every man likes something different. Some men like them slim. Some men like them chunky. Some like them dark skin. Some like them yellow. So to each his own. So
Would you say you being married before
Talk, girl.
Nisha
Talk.
prepared you for your relationship now, and also did it help you as far as with understanding what you would like, the type of things you were looking for?
you say that my marriage prepared me for where I'm at now?
Yes.
No. I think that this I think that my marriage, even though it wasn't all bad, um, it's probably wasn't the move that I should have made at that time. I'm not gonna take away from. I'm not gonna take away too much from him. Hey James, because you're probably listening at it now. Um, but that wasn't the move that I should have made. Now, where I'm at now is more of a place that I've always wanted to be in. I'm just, but trying to fit in this box, I was too big for that box. And now I feel like I'm in a place that I should have been. Trying to live a life that's not for you. Trying to be somebody that's not who you really are. To I just feel like it wasn't all bad, but it just wasn't the right move. That's just how I look at it.
Yeah, definitely. I see. More of as I guess the general thing of that, not just specifically on you, Nisha, but just like how we tend to cope better with saying like, oh well, at least it put me in a certain spot or anything. And then it's harder for us to cope with things like, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that or anything, but now I'm learning and going forward from here, even though that was a mistake. So I think it's easier for us to tend to go to a place and be like, well, that made me a good person though, or anything. And it's harder to admit to mistakes or wrongdoings that didn't quite better us, but it's still a learning curve.
I think more so, damn, I think I was telling somebody this today. But I think what it did for me is to know what I can deal with and what I can't deal with. And it really opened my eyes to what mental health looks like in my face versus seeing it from afar. And I'm like true, like bloodline. Um, they got it, kids got it, mama. Just really seeing it, it made me like it's real. And that's why I'm so big on mental health now, just going through what I have been through in my marriage. So you do have to find the right crazy. I do agree with you that you do have, because we all throw, but you do have to find that right one that fits yours. And I still love my husband, but because we're not legally divorced yet. Um, but it was just some things that I could not deal with. And I don't look at myself like I failed in my marriage. I actually, the takeaway is that I actually learned more about myself. And that goes back to when it's a lot of confusion and commotion, I turn my camera off because that's not who I am. Like if y'all notice, I don't like the beefs. I don't like the arguing. I don't like the the loudness sometimes, and um, so I dismiss myself from it. And now in my life, I don't have that. I don't have all of that craziness, that wildness. I'm so at peace now. It's so real. It feels so good. And oh man, whew, let me go get me something to drink. I'm done.
No, I feel that. Y'all, anybody?
I agree.
Yeah.
It's kind of yeah. It's a tricky one.
What it sounds like is you know, when they say I chose me, you know what I mean?
Right.
When you talk about being that kind of crazy, because right, who wants to deal with crazy after you get to a certain point and you realize, well, self-preservation is real, but then you realize not everybody's about self-preservation, unfortunately, right? But when you get to a point where you like, you know what, I choose me.
Yeah.
And that doesn't need a explanation. You know what I mean? That stands alone.
Yep.
Yeah, that's peace.
Whew.
I think it's really good too because I think this is, I mean, one of the best things David has been saying. And I think accountability is always good. I think that's a lot of things that comes up with this men versus women topic, but accountability, I think we all have fallen short from accountability, some more than others. But what I love is hearing about the self reflection, like the what I learned, because we can all be a victim in any situation and be like, this is what's done to us. But then taking out of a situation, even when it's being done to you, and being like, I could still learn from it. I can still be accountable because of this or that. I think that just makes for more growth than always just being like, life is happening to me. And I don't know about this altogether. I get the premise of this statement. You attract what you are. But I mean, like, you can attract what you're not. What you guys think?
Definitely true.
Right.
That's definitely true, Dulcinea, what you just said.
Right.
Looks are deceiving.
I think a better statement than you attract what you are is you attract what you allow. Because that's what happens a lot of times. What you allow. If you allow a man to be dominant over you and you make him think that you want to be dominated, that's what you're going to attract. Men that's over aggressive, and it might lead to what you don't want, but that's what you attract.
Agree. I like that.
Yeah, I don't agree with that statement that you attract what you are. I don't, because you can attract a whole bunch of different type of men, women. You can attract a whole. I mean, come on, we live in this world with a billion trillion people, however much it is in this world, and you attract a lot of things. A lot of different type of people, personalities. So not really because man, please, I don't attracted crazy and a little bit crazy. I done attracted men that's um violent. I done attracted men that, oh, I never told y'all this, but it's a guy. He was a serial killer in Savannah, right? So when I was, I think I was about 16, 15. I didn't know none of this, but this was during the time he was killing people during the time me and him was going together. Because his grandma used to stay in the same building that my grandmama stayed in. So that's how we met.
Wait, Nisha, hold up. Rewind. Back that up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Next, dots. I was waiting, but I was like, yeah, what?
He's in prison now. He got life sentences.
Oh, we know that part, but yeah.
Wait. I still okay. Slow walk that a little bit, you know.
It just came to my mind when of what type of people that you attract, and sometimes you don't know. And then by me being that young, I'm really not knowing. And I used to ride with him when he used to work at night, and the area they found the bodies in is the area where his job was. And I didn't even know it until I was like reading the newspaper, and his daddy he helped him, and I done been to his house, and his daddy was there. So, but I can't. I'm here. So, but yeah, I just
Did
thought
he have like, sorry for me to turn into Criminal Minds, but did he have like a MO after? Like, was there a certain
it
kind of
was
victim to?
so. Yes, his MO was he was killing. He was killing um transgenders. If they wasn't fully um they still had the bottom, but drag queens or whatever you want to call it, whatever the proper terminology.
Okay.
That's what he was killing. So he wasn't a feminine type of man. But I know that he probably had to pick him up and did something with him and then killed him after that. Or whatever. But
Yeah, that's crazy. And I was just talking to my friend about that too, because he's gay, and he was saying, it's a saying in their culture that the more homophobic a guy is, it's because he's down low. So, yeah, that's crazy. But talking about that, do you already have that set up, Dots, to give us a kind of promo for a conversation that shall come? Or is that in the future?
Who, me?
Yeah, about cults.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah. So yeah, and then either this coming Wednesday, you guys, or the following, since you know that normally we have like guest speakers on Wednesdays. We're gonna be doing a show on cults, right? And so I'm inviting a sister on who was a part of a cult that was based out. They actually are still in Brazil, Central America, right? So I'm trying to contact her to get her on. So either I'll have her on and or some other channel holders that I know that did a lot of work in the nature boy sector. So it's going to be a nice. We might even have to have a part two. So it might even have to be a 2-part kind of like show,
Right,
maybe.
absolutely.
Yeah, because it's going to be interesting. So yeah, we'll let y'all know. But it'll either be this Wednesday or the following.
It's what I heard, Lex. I heard that you got beat up tonight by Q. And what Abo cult? It should have a name and a cult leader if there was a cult, but there is no cult. You're just talking about information. But yeah, like I saw it a little bit, and then he went back to his channel and bragged, and I expected you be in your channel be like, I won, but you didn't. It was like you admitted defeat. So do you want to come up and tell us about it? Exonerate yourself? He's like, yeah, right. Like he doesn't come here like every day to get beat up. He he'll always be like certified pseudo for me though, for now on because of the brain conversation. Not you can live without your brain. He was like, but the mind goes on. Like, okay.
Ooh,
He's like,
he came up though. See, he said so. What's he?
I know he did. He did. Exonerate yourself. Say how you beat up
Yes.
tonight.
Hey, Lex.
One second. Hold on. Peace to my babies. What's going on?
Peace, peace. I hope my computer don't go out, but if it do, I'll try to come back in because I'm not
Gotta
plugged up.
teach my babies. Gotta teach my babies. You know. What are you
What you
talking about,
teaching us
Dawson?
tonight, Lex?
Man,
How am I? What Dulcinea and I'm baby, so I'm plural now.
huh?
I'm plural. You said like Dulcinea, or I'm just one of the examples of babies you need to teach.
All y'all my babies. All y'all my babies. You know. I love y'all.
How are we your babies? Please explain.
Yes,
Oh,
Dad.
come on, Dots. Come on now. Don't mess with him.
Well, no, at first I thought he pluraled me. I was gonna
No, I'm
ask,
dead serious.
do I
How are we
have?
your babies? Please explain.
Do you see me as being a personality for each one of the costumes in your closet?
Yo, Dulcinea, man, you's a funny character, man. I tell you, man.
I try to
Even,
be a little bit, but yeah. How were your babies? Sorry, Dots.
I mean, I see, that's how I see. That's just how I see it. I mean, y'all my babies, cause y'all are like babies to me. So
Are
it's
you
not.
serious? Now it almost sound like you're insulting us. I thought you were saying like we're your babies. Like that's the unscrambled mind. Sister, I really dig
Yeah,
them.
y'all my babies like
You
that
trying to
too.
put us down? No, you're our son, actually.
But
Ooh, did it on them.
the a real important some information I want to get to you. I want to come on here and really do a presentation on
Will be nice.
psychology and subconscious psychology because when I
It's not gonna be the same one before how we hate ourselves subconsciously, is it, Lex?
Oh, I hope not.
that
Yeah,
that will
'cause
be
nobody
part
has time right
that will
now
be part of it
at
in terms
1:45 a.m.
of
in the morning.
when I say self hate, people don't know what that means because they don't understand psychology and the subconscious. So they think I don't hate myself. I look in the mirror and I don't feel I love myself. But that is psychology is a little deeper than that. All right. So you have people that was born with self hate because of the experiences that they had in their own mama's womb, and they're not aware. So it doesn't mean like I hate myself. Like you walk around every day and like it doesn't mean you don't necessarily. You might even like what you see in the mirror. So that's why understanding psychology is very important. You know what I'm saying? So when I say self hate, yes, in general, all of us that had the so-called black experience in America suffer from some form of self-hatred, and it manifests in many different ways. And a lot
Give
of
us
people
an
don't.
give us 3 examples how it manifests.
Wait, can I just say though, before for the record, before he continue, like,
Yeah.
bro, you really just like changed the whole entire mood.
Okay, what mood was you in, baby? I'm
We
sorry.
were having a like what like
Well, you.
that's your spill? Like that's what you had to say? Like I
Yeah, I
just
know.
needed to say
Not
that, man. Come
not
on.
the sexiest thing right now, but it's
1:47 a.m.
very
Yeah,
Go
and
important.
is this what Q beat you up on
back to
tonight, or
psychology.
is
Like,
there was that different information?
Nah, me and Cube was talking about um, agreement, the power of agreement, and the fact that we all need to wear the same jersey. You know what I mean? But nah, he didn't. It was really nobody beat nobody up. But it was a good discussion. But I'm sorry, I don't mean to ruin Doc's high with real information. What was y'all talking about?
Mm, it's okay. I mean, like that's why I always just start rolling more blunts when you come around because it's it's all
Damn,
good.
that's what I'm doing too.
You can't ruin my high. Okay, I stay high. I'm like, oh, I came down. Time to go back up again. But Lex, so I don't. I'll just say this, so you don't have to actually go into it. I don't think you can accurately diagnose the self hatred, honestly. And I do understand the things that we've been through and how our ancestors have gone through a post traumatic experience, and then we have remnants of that experience today. But I don't see where we have a definitive self hatred.
Yeah,
Does anyone any before hold 1 second? Does any other ladies? I mean, like of going from self hatred, Miss Nicole. Do you see any kind of self hatred that people have in our community? And can you say like, what's the evidence that you see of it?
Um, black on black crime,
how about bleaching cream?
killing each other. That's one of the biggest self hatreds in our community that we have. You see somebody that looks like you and you kill them.
Well, that is
Is
why.
it that simple though? Is it that simple? I'm seeing someone that looks like me and I'm killing them, or is it more complicated that they're in the demographics, they don't see other options as far as monetarily, they associate themselves with gain so they can have a better life and everything, and then ends up turf wars. You killed my family, so street justice and different things like that. But
I
would
mean,
you
if
say
that's the narrative you want to paint, but at the end of the day, it's still killing each other, regardless.
I definitely get that it's killing each other. I just don't know if you can sum that up as self hatred. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think it's a bit of self hatred. Um, like like the term we're hating on each other. You see something that somebody has, and you're envious or you're jealous of. You're hating on each other. I think that's somewhat of self hate.
But if
Uh,
you looking at if you, I don't, I don't know. I think that when we say black on black crime, I mean you gonna hurt people that's in your vicinity. Like it's the same as white people. They kill mostly white people. I mean,
Yeah, but I don't deal with white people. I deal with my people.
Right, but with
And
self hate,
why would I'm
wouldn't
sorry,
self
go ahead.
hate be wouldn't I mean not negating what you're saying, but I would think self hate would lead more towards colorism in our community because it's a you having a problem with something because they look like what I guess the root of what you come from. That would make it because it's hating something that comes from you, I guess. I guess the black on black crime, the reason why I don't see it as self hate is because you're not doing it because go get back in the bed because they look like you. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I can see that, and I can see more so this one too, of seeing yourself natural. But that's what I was thinking, that a lot of people use self hatred, but when I look up self hatred as a word, I'm looking, the synonyms are like loathing, depressed, um, like self harm, hatred of yourself, and then I see that everyone ties it like outside of themselves. I just don't get it. I don't think. it's always being used as the proper term of what people want to use all the time. That's just my opinion. But teach his own.
But even using your definition, Dulcinea, or what you said, sometimes because people feel that way, I feel, or sometimes that I see in the community, if we're going by your definition, you know, sometimes that comes across to other people, and then you start hating people that someone looks like you. I just feel like we are more aggressive towards each other than other people. Why is that?
That's a fact. That's a fact. So if I was to hypnotize one of y'all, right, and put you under the vortex spell,
Can you can you do that?
yeah, I actually can.
Do it right now.
I can't do it right now. I mean, I would
Why?
have. Well, I mean, because that's not how it works.
I thought all you have to do is like be like concentrate, do something or whatever, and then on the count of my fingers, I'm gonna put you to sleep or something.
No, no. Well, 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 you can get into things like you have what's called word hypnotism. I can just talk to you and hypnotize you and using words the way you don't know. I can give you an example, right? So, and this is why, the study of psychology becomes important when we're having this conversation because we really don't have to guess about what it is. Because and it basically means there's a part of you that you're not aware of, right? And that's actually the bigger part of you. What everyone sees is basically like on the surface is everybody's mask. What they call that's the conscious person. That's the person that's presented, the person you think you know. And usually in psychology they use the iceberg as like a symbol. Like you look at the iceberg, you look at the top, but it's really the bottom. The bottom could be like 10 miles long, but the top looks very small. So that's the difference between what you are consciously and what you are subconsciously.
I
So,
feel like you kind of moved the goalpost of the hypnotism. Can we go one step at a time? Like you said, you can use words to hypnotize people. Is it like kind of like how you come on the panel and do a lot of pseudoisms and then people just get tired and fall asleep? Or like, can you say how you're using words to hypnotize someone?
um, yeah, it's voice inflection. Voice inflection can do it. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother show. But nah, I'm not trying to put y'all to sleep, then, man. I just heard y'all talking. I just bye.
No, I was just asking because you said you can hypnotize, and I mean that's a feat, isn't it? Isn't it something like hypnotists go and they can go perform or do things in front of the public? That's not just like an easy skill to have.
Yeah, but it's more than that. You're hypnotized when you go to the movies. You're being hypnotized. So it's not just like the commercial stuff you see with a watch. I count from 10, 9, 8, 1. Like when I go to 1, you're gonna go to sleep. Like when you go to the movies, you're being hypnotized. Like
But
you're being
for you to be able to get to the lower part of the iceberg, like you said, wouldn't you need to be like not like the movie hypnotized, but the real 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, whatever hypnotized to get into your self-conscious?
no. I mean, if you're talking about like straight putting somebody to sleep, yeah, that's like a psychiatrist session with the whole like what I'm saying, or professional hypnotist. But that's what I mean. But hypnotism comes in many forms. It's just like like a smooth talker is a hypnotist in a way. So there's many different levels. So, but for instance, like I can write a sentence or I can say a sentence, right? And I can put a whole other sentence within a sentence just by word infraction, a voice inflection, and you wouldn't recognize the sentence I put in front of you. So I can say, "Hey, how you doing, Dulcinea?" And I can say "you," and I emphasize "you" in the sentence, And I emphasize certain words that you may not be aware of consciously, but your subconscious picks it up. And I didn't put a whole sentence in your head within a sentence. Do you understand what I'm saying? So imagine writing it out and highlighting certain words within a paragraph that creates a whole nother sentence. Put those words in red. That usually you wouldn't be able to put it together unless I highlighted it. But once I highlighted it, you might not be aware of it, but your subconscious still picks that up. So that's how you would implant thoughts and ideas into someone's mind. You know what I mean? So that's what we're dealing with when we're talking about dealing with the enemy and all these conversations. We're talking about a psychodrama. You know what I'm saying? So I think psychology is probably, all the things we're talking about is psychology. It's related to the mind and psychology, whether we want to talk about the relationships, self-hate, you know what I'm saying, systematic, whatever. It's a psychological game. Relationships, you know what I'm saying? So how, when we're talking about the issues that we're dealing with, it's psychological. It's subconscious. That's why they don't get fixed right away. It's like someone that says, I'm going to stop smoking. And they go a day, they go 2 days, and then they go right back to smoking. Why can't they stop smoking? Because the habit is formed on a deeper level. So you got to know that process. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, man, y'all was kind of vibing. I'm sorry, I didn't want to come here and ruin the vibe. Maybe we can have.
No. I think Sakina wanted to say something. Sakina.
No, not at all.
I saw you had unmuted yourself. Anyone?
So let me give you another example. So
1 second before another example. Did you want to say anything?
No, ma'am.
I appreciate that that pause of the no, ma'am. I'm considered Dots. Would you like to say anything?
No.
Okay, Lex.
All right, well, y'all have a good night, man.
You can do your second round of. I was gonna say before you go, Lex, that seems like a very powerful tool. How the oppressor can put a sentence within a sentence, and we don't understand the sentence on our conscious level, but we can understand the sentence on our subconscious. That sounds like some Inception, Leonardo DiCaprio type stuff. So I can see them being able to do a lot with that.
Smart and you're being smart, but that's basic psychology. That's not nothing that's extravagant.
Well, I want to see you do it. Then I want to see you do it.
I know. I wanted to do it. I was like, let's go tackle my self-hate. But then, like, it seems like you just can't do it on the fly or something. You got to do something. I don't know. Or I got to go someone.
You put you under right now, and what are you talking about?
Yeah, and diagnose my self-hate. I'm ready.
Nah, I mean,
let's find my subconscious self-hate.
Yeah, that's a whole show. That's something that's like.
That's not a whole show. You said you can hypnotize. This is the next 15 minutes. Let's go.
Nah, that's a service, man. That's something you play
with. You have
with.
all these services that you don't do anymore, but you just say, yo, I used to do this service or I used to do that service. What service do you do?
You don't want the information. You just want to tell, oh, can you hypnotize, but you don't want the information about psychology.
How would I even know it's true that I have self-hate unless you get to my subconscious and prove it to me that I have some self-hate? Right now, I don't believe you, so you need to hypnotize me.
Nah, I can't do that. But what I can tell you is that when you're born, you know, the psychology starting. So, like, for instance, y'all talking about relationships and stuff like that. So in psychology, there's something happens called mirroring. So your parents' relationship or whatever relationship you've seen, whether you had parents or not, whether you had one parent, two parents, and all that, you know that in a sense, you're mirroring that experience. And sometimes we don't know that.
Shit, no.
You sometimes
Right. But
so a lot.
see, and that kind of is outside of the spectrum of self-hate though, because it would depend on if that experience was bad. Like if I'm mirroring an experience of my mom and dad loving each other and my mom loving herself, then how can you look at me and say I would have passed down self-hate?
No, if you then that's what you will be mirroring. I'm not saying that everyone doesn't automatically just have self hate. But when we're talking about our people, we're talking about not not we're talking about the historical experience, also the personal experience, the everyday experience, the systematic experience. All these things, are accounted for. So we have a historical experience of black being undesirable in America historically. So whether you acknowledge that or not, you can lie to yourself. Black has been associated with being undesirable. Okay? So that's already there when you're born in this country, and through language. All right, everyone. I know everyone's seen the Malcolm X movie. You look in the dictionary, look up the word black. Black cat to bad luck. Black magic. That's why a lot of people are rejecting the term black and being applied to them because they think it has a negative connotation. And in the Western civilization, black has been. It's just a part of the culture. Everything black is associated with things that are not desirable. You wear black to funerals. You know what I'm saying? They say it's a dark day. It's been a dark day for me. Darkness represents ignorance. So, and then they tell us we're black or we're dark skinned people or we come from the dark continent. And so all of those things, since we were babies, have been cultivated in our psyche. So no one had to come directly and tell you this, but that's how the brain, it makes associations. So you tell a baby black is evil, you take them to church and they tell you the devil is evil and dark, black cats are bad luck, black magic, and then you turn on the television, black people are not in positions of power and love and stuff like that, and you grow up looking at these images, the brain, and then you look in the mirror and you're dark. So all those associations become associated with your complexion and color and hair texture and people. You understand? That's why you go back to the movies, black people were playing. When you look at the images that children were seeing, all the women were maids, the men were passive, and then they got slave movies, and you know what I'm saying. You go to school, and then they're teaching about history, and they're telling you that you was a slave, and black people were slaves. You know what I'm saying. So all of that is in the air of embedded in the psyche of society that we live in, that
Do
we
you
grew
hate
up.
yourself? Like you hate yourself. You got self hate?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm probably dealing with it a little better because I'm aware of it and I dedicated a lot of time to psychology, so I probably, spent more time healing that. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think it's getting better, like with the colorism and the movements within the communities? Like women started to wear their natural hair again, and the whole black excellence and black love and melanin and black. Do you think that the narrative is starting to change?
Yeah, that's what a lot of a lot of the wise elders and scientists came trying to change that narrative. And that's what the whole thing about promoting black love and black images and all that stuff was about. So I think it began to change, and it is changing for a lot of people. But I think some people are bringing us back. And that's what is concerning during this time in terms of when you hear people saying things like "I'm not black." Now there is some legitimacy to that, but you wonder how much of it might be rooted in, you know what I'm saying, the connotations of blackness. And they just might be masking it with, well, black is a color and not a person, or black in law means death. You see, even that. Black in law means death. So you call me black and then you tell me it's associated with death in law. You see what I'm saying? All of that is
Lex,
on the psyche.
Lex, thank you, bro.
I was gonna say
Because I'm like and this is some real stuff. Since you study psychology and you've said that 1,000 times already, got it. You know, she asked you a simple question: do you have self-hate? Right?
I said yes.
And you said, wait, I am not done. And you are not going to talk over me because we just sat here for a whole 9 years listening to your dissertation on God only knows what. Okay. So what I'm going to say is, all right, Mr. Lex.
Either you like me or you hate me. I don't know which one it is. But whenever I'm just saying, like, do y'all like what? That's why I was trying to exit early, but y'all keep throwing shots at me about I'm talking too long, I'm ruining the vibe. Like,
we ain't throwing sir, we are not throwing shots, we're throwing direct hits because you're catching them and you're responding them instead of just taking it, right? Or instead of just being like, I got y'all, all right, I'm out. Right, I done spoke for 2 years already.
I was about to be out. That's what. Hey, you know what?
So don't.
Wait, though, before you go, wait, Lex, please. Before you go,
she simply said, "Do you have self-hate?" You said yes a little bit. Why couldn't we could just stop there? Okay, he done took us around the world and back again. All right, Chelsea, what did you want to say?
Some of that around
I wanted
the world
to
back
say
again,
though,
if
Lex,
you actually listen to, you might learn something.
and you might take this as a shot, but I really do be looking out for you. And all I'm saying is because I can see that you do have some skills. And if you just do a recording of yourself talking, just like talking like you just did, anyone struggling with sleep, the melatonin would just go through their body instantly. Like, I really think it's something that it's a lucrative business. You probably don't think so, but it really is.
It's soothing.
People go on YouTube to help get sleep, and then people do those but like you could just talk and people would be like, best sleep of my life, I promise you.
I swear I've been asleep the whole time. Dang, he been up here.
Damn,
I was just there, like, dang, he can't hypnotize me.
Never return into this panel.
Read a room.
That's fucked up. That's what's up.
You want to? You can't, Mr. Lex. You want a panel with nothing but females? Like, read the room properly, please, man.
What's that?
God.
What does that mean? I don't.
What that means is that stick a pin in it. What that means is no second date. What that means is no sir. What that means is bruh.
Get up and go out the door.
Shall I continue on?
Like, you gonna talk while we doing it? Like, come on now.
I done gave you several alley hoops, hints, shots.
Poor Sakina got it here.
Mean,
say something, Sakina.
Mr. Fire's like, bro, we got it. You done changed the mood. We got you still just ramble and on. But you know, it is what it is. You wouldn't be Lex without doing that, right? So we appreciate you.
Girl, he just Lex. He likes Vortex.
Okay. Oh, he dropped. Do y'all see these emotional?
You know what? Y'all insulted my brother. Y'all did that. Y'all
all in love, Lex. You know you in a chat because you like you know, he can't take these little taps, y'all.
Exactly. And he always comes in eyes first. Then he comes on, gets these taps and runs away. But I was being serious. We can look it up. YouTube, it's a lot of money. I was almost going to do it because they're like, oh, if you have a nice little mellow voice and you can put something in the background, people are making like 6 figures just based on having those like sleep channels on YouTube. And his would be really good. I'm telling you, 5 minutes. How'd y'all feel just now? Weren't y'all
I
almost
was
asleep?
asleep the entire time he was up there.
I was literally
I would have still been asleep.
I done asked him about hypnosis, and I feel like it's coming. I was like, oh, I feel it. I feel it.
That's messed up.
Oh Lord.
He left. He said, "Oh, that's effed up," and left.
I said no second date. No, bro. So brothers, if somebody's asked, so
Girl,
what
when you said
should
no
we not
second
do?
date,
That's
I
what
feel like
you never
you
do.
said no
Okay.
I
second
don't
date.
think he
I
does.
was
If you want a second date, don't you ever do that. Okay. Okay.
But
I'm
if
just
you
letting
have
you know.
problem with going to sleep, he can probably get the second date.
Damn. You hear them, Sakina? Do you hear them? Girl, Sakina is asleep. I kid you
No,
not.
she
I
cracking up in
told
the
you.
background. She
I
laughing behind me.
told you. Miss
Miss
Nicole, are you
Nicole.
asleep?
Listen,
Is Miss
Miss
Nicole up
Nicole?
there?
Okay.
I'll be trying to tell him.
Miss
Next
Nicole.
thing
I'm still here.
you know I'm joking. You
You
know I'm
felt
just
it. It
joking.
came
Y'all.
all over you. By the time he was in the sentence within the sentence, I was like, ooh, my eyes are getting heavy.
Mine too. My legs were. I got underneath the blanket. I was on top of the blanket. Girl, Mr. Vortex. Ooh, Mr. Vortex. I'm underneath the blankets now.
Traumatized, Lord. Mm.
Girl, is
It's
melatonin.
all in fun,
We'll
guys.
work
You know
on
we
it.
love
He
you, but
hasn't been a stripper in a long time. You know,
you
he's
know we
been in the
don't think that of you,
consciousness
Lex.
community.
And
So
look,
he
I
ain't
just
done
woke Miss Nicole up. She was asleep too.
she almost didn't make it out. It took her a couple of times of hearing the names
Mm,
to come back.
that's messed up.
Come back, Lex. Come back.
We
Please.
rock us back to
But
sleep.
I don't know. I think we need
Fight.
him if he's
Nah,
really gonna
you
come
joke.
back and do a subject. I
It's
don't
all
think
in
the
love.
self-hate one again. We've done the self-hate. I don't think he remembers, but we've done that subject. We've been there, done that. We know the iceberg, and we're only at the tip. And there's a lot more to the iceberg that we just don't want. We just won't know. And do we need to know? Even if let's say someone really had self-hate. I guess what difference does it make if the iceberg is under the water? And I think I love myself and I act on the thought that I love myself even if I hate myself. Or am I just high? Can being high fix all those things? To be continued.
Mhm. Mm-mm-mm. I'm getting ready to drop down, y'all.
Me
I
My
think
too.
we should
chat, my
Me
we're getting
eyelids
too.
ready to
have
end
Me
it.
too.
Like
I'm so tired.
honestly, I was serious of I had gotten in the bed. I understand Sister
Me
Playground
too.
got
That's what I'm
comfortable.
saying.
It was like really, it was my eyes was getting heavy. I was like,
right.
man, you know who else is really good at that? The
Right.
mighty Hebrew when he's going over antediluvian history.
That is so crazy. Or somebody
I
else.
be trying to. You be trying to stay awake. And you like the high.
That is so messed up.
Atlanteans and Hyperblians.
And one more story about my trip to Africa.
But we love you though. But yes, I have gotten good sleep trying to stay up for one of the lectures.
Oh yeah, but y'all don't mention your boy though.
No, because he's your no dose. He keeps us up, but that's because I think it's the Florida and the Southern voice and all this other stuff that keep us up. But for you, straight to sleep.
Where he been at? I don't know where he been at.
I don't know. Maybe he's afraid to come back. I don't know.
I'm telling you, boy.
It'd be the first time around Nisha, though, muted. Gone.
I'm telling you, boy. That you know he put me to sleep. Oh boy, I tell you.
Well, you ladies have been great. You have a blessed night. And I enjoyed the show, ladies. Take care.
We
Thank
enjoyed
you
you
for
too.
coming up. It's a
Take
pleasure as
care.
always, Miss Nicole.
Thank you. Good night, ladies.
Right behind you,
Good
Mr.
night.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, y'all. I'm out.
Yeah.
You again?
Yeah, we out, y'all. Thank you so much for tuning in. We really enjoyed y'all. Y'all were crazy tonight. All of y'all, nobody on the panel was crazy. It's all of you in the chat. But we love you guys still. No, happy Saturday now. You guys rest up and we'll see you soon.
Yes. And Lex, don't be mad.
Good day.
Yeah, Lex, don't be mad. You can always come back. And this time of the stream is wonderful. Come in at this time of the stream all the time. And then, help us. Yeah, close out the show. Close out for everybody. Everybody be ready for bed. They'll get all comfortable in their pajamas and go to sleep. So peace, you guys.
Okay. For real. Good night, y'all.
Good
All
night.
right. Good night.